What's up? What's up? What's up? Hello, love bugs. Shouts out to my YT fam as well because I know you guys are going to be catching the replay. I'm definitely going to upload this over there. What is going on? Happy Friday. I hope everybody is having a great start to their weekend. As for me, I'm just chilling, relaxing. And yeah. So as you guys enter in the room, make sure you double tap on the screen. Y'all already know we got to get to 5,000 likes before we start allowing people to come up on the panel. And if you are catching this on the tube, make sure that you guys are liking the video. Give me a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Follow me if you are not following me. My TikTok handle is at Hey Love Jones, so you can join the conversation as they're happening in real time. Hello, Kristen. Hello. How are you guys? Okay, so today, or should I say tonight, we are going to be discussing whether or not Black people are actually American. And the first half of the prompt says, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American? And this comes off the tail end of a message that someone... Dang, I forgot to include that in the prompt. I told you guys that I was going to put it. I'm not about to take this down and do it over again. But I forgot to include it. But basically... someone left a comment under one of my videos saying that Black people should be glad that, the YT people allow us to be in America. Someone else left a comment saying, oh, we brought you here. You should be thankful. And then a Nigerian girl, of course, came on the panel a couple nights ago and basically said, we have no home. This is not our home, so on and so forth. And this is something that has been told to us multiple times, that we don't have a home. We don't have a country. We don't own anything. And we need to bow down to the YT for allowing us to be in America. Like, this is pretty much what a lot of foreign entities say. This is the rhetoric that they spew. And not just them, some YT people feel that way too. And I just want to know, what are your thoughts on this? How do you feel? Once we get to 5K, we'll start letting people up on the panel. Hello, thank you, Miss Lady K. Hello, Pato. I don't know how to say your name. I'm just gonna say PTA. Hello, guys. Hello. They should be grateful we don't do to them what they did to us. Hello, Amberella. What's up, boo? And that part. Hello, my yachts. So, yes, we have a gift goal at the top. You guys can add to the gift goal. Make sure you send your heart meets. Absolutely. I love when y'all be up in the chat, making the lives lit, sharing the live, all participation points absolutely matter. Thank you, PTA. Thank you. I just think it's so, interesting that people are constantly saying things like this, and it's just like, where do they think we come from? What do they think they I saw this guy's let me see if I hope I say this. See, that's the thing, I'll just like videos, but I try to a lot of people's content, because if I actually enjoyed it, I want to like it. But because I like so many people's videos, some of the videos that stick out to me, I don't always remember them if I don't also save it. Did I save this video too? Or did I? Thank you, my yacht. Damn, I think I'm probably just liked it. All right, I'm gonna have to try to scroll to see if I can find it. He was asking, basically AI, who has the oldest DNA or the oldest genetics in the world. Or how old is the oldest? And it was Albert Perry, which we know was a Black American man from, I believe, South Carolina, right? And then he asks, where was the oldest civilization, or where did it start? And I believe the whatever he was asking. Oh, I found it. So I'm gonna play this for you guys, and I'm gonna just play it. Wait, let me turn this volume up. Okay, let me turn this up. I'm gonna play it. When you give me those ocean eyes, sometimes I wanna make you cry. Ocean eyes. Okay, let's play this. So basically, his caption on the words on the screen says, "We are the oldest people in the world."
Let's see here. Here we go. Alexa, how old is Albert Perry's Y chromosome?
The Y chromosome of Albert Perry, who passed away recently, is estimated to be 338,000 years old. This is older than the previously estimated range of 60,000 to 140,000 years ago.
Y'all heard? She said 300 and what thousand? Older than what we previously knew before, maybe a decade or so ago. But they don't teach anybody that. If we have not been doing our own research, we would never know about Albert Perry. They're not putting this in the curriculum at school. They're not teaching this in the so-called African American studies. This is nowhere to be found. So we literally have had to go on a journey of educating ourselves to even uncover this.
The Y chromosome of Albert Perry is unique and does not match any other samples in the genetic database. This finding expands our understanding of the history and evolution of the Y chromosome.
Alexa, how old are Native American Y chromosomes?
Native American Y chromosomes are relatively young, dating back to around 20,000 years ago. This finding supports the hypothesis.
Look, so the joint started crashing. So Albert Perry, a Black American man from the Carolinas, Y chromosome is over 330 something thousand years old. And the modern day Native American that we see on the reservations, their Y chromosome is only 20,000 years old.
She crashed out. You want to try it again? Let's see. Alexa, how old are Native American Y chromosomes?
Native American Y chromosomes are estimated to be around 20,000 years old, suggesting that the initial migration of people to the Americas occurred around that time frame.
She crashed out again.
Notice how they said suggestion. So everything that we've learned is literally a hypothesis and a theory.
I ain't making it up. There she go. Let me think about the question. Alexa, where does Native American Y chromosome derive from?
From northwestern.edu. The major Y haplotype present in most Native Americans was traced back to recent ancestors common with Siberians, namely, the Kets and Altaians from the Yenisei River Basin and Altai Mountains, respectively.
Siberia.
I can't make this shit up. Alexa, is Albert Perry's Y chromosome older than that of African Y chromosomes?
It is possible that Perry's Y chromosome is older than the African Y chromosome. The last common ancestor of all Y chromosomes, including Perry's, is thought to have lived approximately 338,000 years ago. Thus, it is possible that Perry's chromosome is older than the African Y chromosome. However, it is important to note that this is just one variation of Y chromosome and not the only one, so there is no conclusive answer to this question.
Alexa, how old is the oldest Y chromosome?
The oldest Y chromosome dated so far is from a man who lived 338,000 years ago. New technologies and methods are constantly being developed to uncover more genetic information, adding to our understanding of human history and evolution.
Alexa, did Albert Perry's Y chromosome come from Africa?
It is possible that Albert Perry's Y chromosome came from Africa.
Notice she said it is possible. Okay, I'm not gonna play the rest of this. We got to the like quota. Let's start to let people come on the panel. When you guys are, well, okay, we can continue playing it until you guys are ready to come up.
Group A00 is an African haplogroup, so it is possible that Albert Perry's ancestors originated in Africa. However, it is important to note that just because a haplogroup is found in Africa does not mean that all individuals with that haplogroup originated there. Genetic ancestry can be complex, and individuals may have different ancestral backgrounds.
Alexa, what is the oldest civilization on the planet?
Here is an answer from an Alexa Answers contributor that I translated. Sumeria is considered to be the first civilization in the world and, therefore, the oldest.
Oh, my bad. I said Somalia. I meant Samaria.
Alexa, what is the location of the Sumerians?
Sumerians is located in Asia and Mesopotamia, Near East, Middle East.
So the oldest civilization was in Asia, not Africa. This is very interesting.
Alexa, what is the oldest Mesopotamian Y chromosome?
From SciTechDaily.com. University of Arizona.
I think she caught on. That bitch crashed out again.
Okay. You asked me to add you, please. I did. I accepted your request and then you didn't come up. So I don't know. But anyways, hey, thank you, Artwani. My point for playing that is pretty much like all of this is a possibility and a theory and nothing is concrete. But what we do know is that the oldest Y chromosome found in a person that we actually was able to prove was found in a Black American man from South Carolina by the name of Albert Perry. Of course, they want to try to say that man is from Cameroon. I saw you, Ann, and I remember reading that myself. Of course, they're trying to say he's from Cameroon because they want to credit everything that Black Americans are to the continent of Africa. It's intentional to displace us, and then now they're literally trying to ethnically erase us. And it's very unfortunate because why are we constantly under attack? Like, you have to ask yourself that. Thank you for the gifts. You have to wonder, like, why are we constantly under attack? Like, what is it about us that everybody and their mother is trying to force us to be from a landmass that none of us have ever, majority of us have not ever even gone to the continent of Africa that are modern day Black Americans. We've never been. Some of us, we'll go over there for leisure and to travel, which is perfectly fine. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with traveling because that's what we do. We travel, we sightsee. But the difference between us and other groups of people is that we come back home. We don't go to these places to set up shop or to try to take over or to try to colonize and co-opt and steal other people's identities. And it's like they've been forcing another identity on us for a long time. And now we're collectively waking up. And this is why I believe in so much in spirituality and how it literally takes so many people to shift the paradigm and to change a timeline. We all getting on one band, one sound. I mean, some of us still, have the same ideologies, and we still see ourselves as the way that we've been indoctrinated to view ourselves. But a lot of us, a mass majority of us, are waking up to the fact that we are just flat American. Like that sounds crazy, because it's like, well, why wouldn't you think you're American? Because we've literally been taught that we should not be proud to be American. We've been taught that we should not honor our ancestral lineage. We've been taught that it was bad to have dignity in what our ancestors was able to build, and how resilient they've been, and how they literally opened doors and paved ways for us to thrive, and for everyone else to have an opportunity to live. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that every single Black American is living the best life. No one is living their best life in any group. There's always going to be people that are impoverished. There's always going to be people that are degenerate. There's always going to be people that are sick, ill, mentally ill. Some of these people done flew over the goddamn cuckoo's nest. But when it comes to us, we don't get grace. It's like we've been dehumanized in the eyes of so many different groups of people that they don't even see us as people to a degree. And as much as they don't see us as people in a negative way, it is also in a superhero, supersonic type of way, because dating back to even OBGYN, like we've literally been experimented on, because they figure we don't have or experience pain in the same way, or people feel like, oh, well, why do you care that people are saying these things to you? It shouldn't bother you. Like it's like this warped perception of our humanness. On one end, it's like they dehumanize us and make it seem like we just ain't shit. But then on the other hand, it's like they look at us like we're superhuman. It's kind of how like love and hate lives on the same spectrum. Somebody will love you so much that they start to hate you. It's kind of like that scales balancing type of thing. You've been taught that you're not American by your ancestors, though. No, my ancestors didn't teach me that I wasn't American. I had the privilege. Your ancestors, literally your grandparents. That starts your ancestry line. And then when they pass on, so on and so forth. I had the privilege of being raised by my great-grandmother, and I knew my great-great-grandmother. I went to visit her every year of my life in Georgia on a dirt road. Every year of my life. That lady would sit in her rocking chair and pat my head and tell me stories. She never, ever told me that I wasn't American. The public school system told me that I was African American. And then when I went back to college, I literally had a professor. He was I think he was Lebanese. He was some type of something. And I told him that African American was a misnomer in front of the whole class. He like, that is not true. Like, he got so defensive. And I'm like, well, why are you getting so upset? Like, but my ancestors, I knew them. They walked planet Earth at the same time as me until I was a grown woman in my 20s. I knew them. They bathed me. They put castor oil in my hair. They literally rocked me to sleep. They taught me how to tie my shoes. They put on Reading Rainbow and Barney, and, I knew them. They fed me. They made me food. So y'all need to shut the fuck up constantly telling us who we are and who told us what. No, our ancestors always told us the truth. It was the system, and it was outsiders that was telling us that our ancestors were lying, which is absolutely, utterly disgusting and disrespectful, because everyone else has absolutely nothing to rely on but oral tradition. But when Black Americans rely on oral tradition, y'all say, oh, that's a lie. Your grandmother lied to you. How fucking dare you tell me that my great-grandmother and my great-great-grandmother lied to me? That's so disrespectful. Y'all don't do that to the Siberians on the goddamn reservations. All they have is oral history. One of them came on my platform and was drunk the fuck out crying, showing us his tribal card and said that's all he had. And it was some book somewhere where they wrote stuff down in the book and they had oral tradition. Y'all don't ever question that. African woman, I can't remember what country she was from. I can't remember. But she also came on the panel and people were asking her, well, how do you know where you come from? And how do you know this and that? She said, oh, we know what tribes we come from because oral tradition. When the water gets clear and they stop muddying and murking the waters with pivoting and deflecting, projection, lies, scamming, when the water becomes clear, we know who we are and can trace who we are further than a lot of other people that are continuously telling us we don't know who we are. Everybody else is solely relying on oral tradition, and you all respect it. But when it comes to us, it's a lie and a scam and a scheme that Todd set up. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. Free flight to Africa on my way to any black folks. Go back to Africa by yourself. Thank you, Amberella. Go by yourself. Why do you need us to go with you? We're from America. We don't need a flight. We don't.
Hi.
Hello. Hi, Belle. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yes, I am
I'm just
African.
saying, you niggers could go back to Africa. It'll
You could
make them.
suck a dick, bitch.
I'm
Belle, let me block that
African.
person. Sorry. Let me block. Go back to Africa. Go back to your rat infested European country. All they do is fight the bed bugs in Paris, France. Don't come up here with that. Let me block you. Talking about you niggers. You cave dwelling, sun dodging bitch. Okay, can you could go ahead. Can I have your ethnicity again? And then I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay.
set your timer.
I'm Ethiopian. I'm African. I live in Ethiopia. But I have been to the US before. So I think I can have some words because of my exposure to the US. The thing is, it's all by design that Africans are being brought to the US. The Whitey institution needs Africa. I mean, especially like sometimes you wonder why Somalians are so powerful in Somalia. It's because the US needs them. They want that Red Sea access. They are breeding pro US youth. Why do you think like this lady, whatever her name is, like it's all open, like she's been scamming, but she's still in power. So it's for the geopolitics. Like it's so complicated when you think about how they do things. It's just not because they like Africans, they bring them en masse to the US. It's because they need the resources, they need the location. You know, now when Iran closes the passage, they come running to Eritrea and Somalia, the Red Sea, to have access. So all those ships will be passing through. So when you really think about it, why they start the division between Black Americans and Africans, it's for their own benefits. So if an African lands on the U.S. and then isolate themselves from the indigenous Black Americans, it's good for their strategy. So it's a very complex, very complicated situation, and it's all by design. So when you think about it, whatever they need Africa is for their own benefits. They could care less about Africa. So it's the immigrants who have responsibility once they get to the U.S., especially the Black immigrants. They have a responsibility to unite with the indigenous people. But the system does not allow that. They make sure they stay away from the Black Americans. So
How does the system make sure that melanin rich immigrants stay away from Black Americans?
it's just by propaganda, by the negativity, like Black Americans are not good for you. Stay away from them. I mean, they have this DV lottery where they bring the whole African family. What they do is, if a doctor is really striving in Africa, helping out her or his society, they make sure they give him this resident permit to the U.S. So they relocate the whole family sponsored, and as soon as they get to the U.S., they give them like the best. I mean, they of course they have to get certified. They have to go through the exams and everything, and then they will tell them, "Oh, we have you because we don't have Black American doctors." So that's how the institution by design divides Africans from Black Americans. But the thing is, you are absolutely right that Africans have a responsibility to dig more instead of just buying the system and thinking they're better than the Black Americans or whatever, because that opportunity was given to them. They just cannot be that way. They have to they have to look into what's going on. So I feel bad for what's happening with the division and everything, but this is all by design.
I mean, I understand to a degree, but it gets to a point where people are grown adults and we have a choice. We've
Absolutely.
been shown that, Africans were destitute and broke, busted, and disgusted, and everyone was starving. So when you come over here, we don't treat you like a poor orphan that's starving in the street. No, we work beside you. We've helped to train you in certain positions. We've hired you. When you open up your shops, we go to your shops and we purchase your items and your goods and services. We thought that we would same hue of complexion, so we actually voted for a lot of people that look similar to us to be in higher positions of authority as far as politics go. And then foreigners get there and they just basically undermine Black Americans. So I don't think that it has all to do with a system, because if you hear these people speak, yes, they do spew white supremacist rhetoric, but to what end? Like, there's over 50 million of us here. No one is a monolith. We don't all live the same lifestyle. We don't all think the same. We're not all the same genetically. And there's more than enough representation to see that, but people are choosing, they're picking and choosing what they want to believe for confirmation bias. And it also, I don't know what it does for them ego wise, or, you know, I don't know. But someone said, oh, train us. Absolutely. Yes. Train you. Who do you think you worked beside when you first came to this country and entered into the workforce? You think you just went straight into neighborhoods or went into companies that wasn't already diversified by Black Americans? Are you people okay?
That's what I'm saying. They should dig more. They should understand why they are in the U.S. to start with. It's for the Black American struggle that Africans are even allowed to be free once they get to the U.S. So they just don't care. They just go ahead with their lives. I mean, like I said, I gave you a good example. The doctor that's been given a resident permit from Africa and being sponsored by the U.S. government, they automatically settle them in the suburb. The kids will go to like private school in the suburb. I mean, when I went to, I mean, I finished high school here and went to college in the U.S. and came back. So the ones that were like raised in the U.S., when I speak to them, they're like, "Oh, we don't know any Black Americans because all my friends are white. I went to a private school. I grew up in the suburb." That's the kind of mentality some of them have. I'm not saying all. So the ones that are, I mean, now waking up, I think they're doing their part. I'm not saying like majority, but some. I mean, from my society, from I can speak from for Ethiopians, from my community, they are definitely they have a network of Black people, Black Americans. I'm not. I don't know about West Africa. I can't speak for them. Why they choose what they do, I don't care about. I don't know. I'm not talking about Somalians or whatever. I'm strictly when it comes to Ethiopians, they're definitely becoming part of. Like I went to a wedding here in Ethiopia. The girl was Black American. The groom was Ethiopian, but I mean he was raised in the U.S. obviously. But with the youth, it's changing. I mean, I can honestly say that.
Okay. Can we get to Nikki? Nikki? Nikki, I sent you an invite to unmute yourself. Nikki, hello. Unmute yourself. Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on with this person.
So it's morning here, Saturday, so I have to go. But thank you for
Okay.
having me. So all I'm saying is I don't want to be part of U.S. politics. I just saw the African on the prompt, like just
Oh,
kind
it
of.
doesn't say African anywhere on the prompt. It says, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American? And then it says, do white people solely own America? It doesn't say African, but it's okay that you joined the conversation, and I hope that you have a good day.
Yeah, I'll follow you. And thanks for having me.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Nikki, are you there? Going once, going twice? Okay, I don't know. I'm disconnecting you. You're making me feel nervous. Third world logic babble. Why does every Black American make fun of people who drive Uber? Every Black American does not make fun of people who drive Uber. The issue is you all come over here and make it seem like y'all are all doctors, lawyers, and engineers, and that's not true. Because when we order Uber Eats or when we take a Uber or when we take a Lyft, it's usually an African or an Arab person or a Latino or Asian that's dropping our food off. I did an Instacart earlier and it was an Arab guy. So for you all to come over and constantly make it seem like y'all are just doing so much better than every goddamn American, and you all are living in mansions and you all are making high six figures monthly. Y'all act like y'all making that shit monthly. It's a damn lie. Like that's the only thing. Like, be honest. Everybody, is doing some things to make ends meet, and there's nothing wrong with that. But to continuously try to ego Black Americans and make it seem like you're doing so much better when we can see y'all. Like, I walk down the street. I'm from New York. I live in a tri-state. I walk down the street and I see Africans selling incense on the corner. If I go to Canal Street, I see a gaggle of Africans selling fake Chanel, fake Gucci, fake Fendi, and running from the police when the police come to shut it down. So let's not pretend like you all just come over here and y'all are living, every single last one of you all are living a high life. That's the only reason why we say these things. You all force our hand into saying these things. We didn't ever come out talking down on any professional, talking about how a lot of you all are like in your 50s working at McDonald's. Nobody was saying any of that. Some of y'all are 55, 60 working at Taco Bell. A job is a job. But when y'all constantly comparing yourselves to us and making it seem like y'all are just so much inherently better than us, that's when the issue becomes a problem. Like, y'all not about to keep saying we're better, and doing this weird competition when we can clearly see you. We live in the world with you. We see you. I see y'all. When I go, walking down the street, I see y'all selling stuff on the corner. I see y'all selling, plates. I see Caribbeans outside on the corner with a big grill selling jerk chicken plates. And there's nothing wrong with that. But do not make it seem like every single last one of y'all are a fucking a multimedia mogul, or every single last one of y'all lives in a mansion and y'all are all doctors and lawyers and goddamn engineers. Some are, but not all of you all. Just like there's some white people that's living in a trailer park trash, that's literally got 15 kids, don't know where the baby daddy at. Every single ethnic group has people that are not doing the best. But for some reason, everybody has a heavy magnifying glass on Black Americans. And that is why we start to strike back. Y'all not about to keep doing us like that. We don't deserve that. We did not start this. As much as y'all want to say, oh, it goes both ways, it goes both ways. Somebody calling you an African booty scratcher in middle school or elementary school, which a lot of y'all didn't even get called that, does not mean that you grow up and be a shitty adult and denigrate a whole ethnic group of people. Because if that was the case, I wouldn't like a lot of people based on the things that I experienced from a couple of people from each race. We're not going to continuously allow y'all to talk down on us. Nobody is perfect. Nobody in any group of people, 100% of them are rich millionaires. So stop it. Like, we got to stop that. It gets to a point. Hello, Aubrey. Can I have your ethnicity? And then I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Hey, I'm a Black American.
Do you have an immigrant background?
Negative.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
from Memphis, Tennessee, South Memphis, Tennessee to be exact. Okay. To answer the prompt, why do foreigners always challenge our nationality and ancestry? I think it's a mixture of things. And one thing I'm starting to learn from like TikTok is that a lot of first, second generation immigrants are very, very dishonest. Like you have to pry the truth out of them. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of these people on these panels, they don't want to tell the truth about them being almost. I don't want to say the word, but I think it's what it is. I think they're jealous of Black Americans, and the reason I think they're jealous is because when you look at like anything to do with Black history, even from the scholarship of Black history, most of the writers of most of these books in all of these areas, most of them were Black Americans who started. I mean, even like Pan Africanism itself. I'm not a Pan African, but it started with Black Americans. When you look at like Egyptology and all these things, Sheikh Anta Diop, who's Senegalese, he went the furthest, but he was inspired by a Black American. You look at South Africa, the ANC, the star of the ANC, he came to the Tuskegee University, Booker T. Washington's Tuskegee University, and that's where he got influence from. You look at Kwame Nkrumah, all the post-colonial presidents, most of them were influenced by Black Americans. I think it's jealousy. We have a very, very rich history in a short time, and a lot of people, and also we're probably like the most um, polarized and also the most what would you call it? We have the most social capital in the world as far as one ethnic group. So I think it's jealousy actually, and also the from another perspective is they eat up YT media more than anybody else eats it up. They eat it
Mm,
up, so their mind is a YT mind. It's like
mm.
it's not operating from an African perspective. They like when they come with solutions, their solutions aren't African based. It's based off of what is Europe doing, what is the YT person doing. Like that's their litmus test.
Thank you, Nigel.
Everything they do is based off of that. So I think that's more the reason why they cannot fathom that there's a black group that has been in America. America was started 1776. We have been in 150 years already by that point, right? So if anybody is American, we are American. And to them to be African, not all Africans, right? Africa is a lot of developed parts of Africa. But to them being African means you have to come from this certain village or this certain tribe. And since our culture does not operate the same way their culture operates, they just don't
Thanks
see
for
it
the
and they
plan.
can't fathom it. You said what now?
No, I was saying thank you for the gifts. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, okay, go ahead. Yeah, and I think they can't fathom that. So, oh, my time's up.
You can land your plane. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, and I think a lot of times they just can't fathom that as a people group that has formed outside of Africa. They they feel like they see themselves in us, right? But they don't see themselves in us. So it's like this conflicting thing. So they rather just try to shit on it instead of understanding it. So the jealousy makes it to where you don't want to understand it. So all your heroes, you want to be a part of Black History Month, all this blah blah blah. You don't want us to delineate. You want us to be a part of. You want us to be African American, blah blah blah. But you want us to be there so you can be able to put us on the bottom. If we're the most wealthiest Black group, the most polarizing group, um, like I said, the most social capital, why would we attach ourselves with you so you can put us on the bottom? It doesn't make sense. And I think that's just how they operate. Most of their cultures, most of their countries, they have lower class people, and they don't want to put anybody else in a higher class than them. So to acknowledge our achievements, you have to put us in a higher class, and they don't want to do that. So obviously, they just try to shit on us from a YT perspective. And when we defend ourselves and use stats and data against them, they just don't like that. So I think that's really the reason they don't want us to be Americans. Like, and
Okay.
American is a
Wait,
nationality for some
Aubrey,
folks, but
hold
it's
up.
not
I
for me.
told you to land. You going on for another 3 minutes. I was just telling you to land, okay? Gotta let these other people go, and then we'll open the panel and you could finish. Before I get to the next person, I need to say this to Carrie. You can come on the panel because you got a lot to say. But you sitting up here saying, oh, African Americans. First of all, we are Black Americans. And I played a video earlier. The oldest Y chromosome found in modern human history was that of a Black American man from South Carolina by the name of Albert Perry. His Y chromosome is older than the ones that we previously thought were the oldest that was found on the continent of Africa. So for you to get up here and tell us, oh, we were not here thousands of years ago, who are you? Are you a time traveler? Do you have a time travel machine where you able to go back in time? Do you have Marty McFly shoes that takes you back to the goddamn future? Who are you to tell anybody who they are? And that is what's so disrespectful. I'm so tired of you African people coming up here telling us what our genealogy is and where we were and where we're from. You don't know us. You don't go here. Now come on the panel or be quiet because I had enough. King Helesi, well, I can't pronounce your name. We're just gonna say King. Can I have your ethnicity and I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt?
Yeah, sure. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm King, Ethiopian, East African.
Are you in America?
Yeah, of course, I'm in America.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. How you doing, everybody in the panel? I just want to begin with asking you a simple question. So how was your day-to-day experience with African, like in the real life? Have you had any bad experience in the real life with African?
Oh, me personally?
Yes, I'm asking for the host.
Everybody loves me for the most part, but individually, absolutely. I've had them not in a sense that you guys think is disrespectful, and I think that's where the disconnect and the discord comes into play.
No, I
you
don't
don't
ask you that. I'm asking
understand
you your personal experience in the real life, in the real time.
what you gotta. The first of all, don't talk to me in that condescending tone.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
asking you
no.
that. You be respectful. You wipe your feet when you come to my house.
Yeah, I did.
What are you? What are you saying? You're
I
talking
was
low and very
saying
fast.
that on your daily experience, when you go to work, when you go to grocery, when you go to a restaurant or on your workplace, like the African people you interact with, do you have any bad experience?
I was about to tell you that, and then you said I didn't ask you that. I literally said as a collective, everybody
My
loves me,
apology.
but
My
individually,
apology.
yes. I literally answered you. Individually, yes, I've had bad experiences. I've had African women suck their teeth, roll their eyes, not give the best customer service when I've gone to their establishments. I've had African men tell me out of their own mouth, "You are not African. Why do you allow them to call you African American?" I've had African people tell me, and this is just casual, like out having drinks or whatever. Oh, y'all don't know where y'all from. You know, you don't really know where your ancestors are from. The type of things that y'all say online. I've had people say these things to me in person, but you all don't see it as disrespectful. You think it's just like the facts and truth. So yes, I've had people have nasty attitudes toward me. I've had people tell me I didn't know where I was from or I had no culture. Yes.
Okay. Out of 100 experience you had, out of that 100%, out of 100 experience you had, how many you would say you had bad experience out of 100?
Out of 100, how many would I say was bad?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, I don't know. Not all of them were bad. I'm not gonna sit up here and say all of them were bad.
Okay.
A few.
Okay.
King, I don't think nobody would say all of them are bad, but we're
Hold
not
on,
gonna
baby.
skip.
Hold on, boo. Wait a minute. You gotta wait
Oh, I
until
just
this
wanted to
is
answer.
over.
Thank you very much.
You gotta wait. He's still got a timer on.
Okay, so this what like I actually followed you, like usually to be honest with you, host, like I use TikTok for just clown, like I don't take it serious, but for some reason like I liked you, that's why I followed you. But like here's what I'm saying, like is all this HAT, all that like talking back, all that nonsense is just on TikTok. Like the majority on like real life, like I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for my people, like where I'm from, Ethiopia. Like, I don't think you would have a bad experience with Ethiopian. Like, Ethiopians are the most respectful people, the most supportive. We don't talk down on any other
That's
people.
not all of you. And this
Right,
is the
right, and
thing.
yeah, of course,
Not all of
for
you.
the majority of the
Can't
people.
but you can't tell us what I dated an Ethiopian man.
Damn, why?
And he literally used to talk about Black American women and talk about how old baby mama Section 8. Like he would say these things to me. And at the time, I lacked the nuance. I didn't really have what I needed to be equipped to have those conversations. So I would just argue with him. It wasn't nothing. It was just like short lived. Like we didn't go and do anything. It wasn't that serious. But he was somebody that I knew for a while, and he would always talk shit about American culture. Absolutely.
Damn,
Oh, y'all
keep it
don't
money.
value marriage. Y'all don't value marriage. Y'all don't value family structure the same way. Like I've come into contact. I'm from Brooklyn, New York City. I've had no choice but to be surrounded by immigrants. So this is why I tell y'all, like I say this all the time when people be like, everybody, all of you tethers and immigrants need to go home. I always say I don't feel that way about everybody. I just don't. That's my personal opinion and I'm entitled to it. But for the ones that do denigrate and undermine and talk down on us, absolutely, you can get the fuck ASAP. I know immigrants that I absolutely love and adore that are my friends. One of my best friends, a couple of them are Caribbean. You know what I mean? So I don't feel that way about all of them. But I've also experienced, because I lived around them my whole life, I've experienced some of them talking hella fucking shit. Absolutely. Nigerians, that Ethiopian guy, like talking crazy. And I just used to like cuss him out and tell him off, but I didn't understand that he was denigrating my ethnic group in the way that I understand it now. So if we were to have a conversation now, you know what I mean, versus me 5 years ago, it would be completely different.
Gotcha. Yeah. On behalf of bad people, like I'm very sorry, but I feel like the majority of the people, including my Ethiopians, are good people, very acceptable, very supportive, and that's why I gotta say, like TikTok is just nonsense. But on a
Yeah,
daily
we
life,
gotta get to the next person, King. Your time is up.
yeah. Go ahead.
If you
Yeah,
stick
go ahead.
around, we'll open the panel back up.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
All right. Hey, Jasmine.
Hey, love. Happy Friday.
Thank you.
So I'm Black American, foundational type, American Indian type. I could go on and on, but everybody knows me for the most part. But why do foreigners always challenge Americans' nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American, and do whitey people solely own America? So I'm going to answer this in tangent. The tethers that come over here that are used to just getting their freedom in like the 1960s, 1980s, 90s, South Africa, and then the other countries in Central and South America, they all just got their independency, except for Haiti. But Haiti's is, I mean, I don't know what you guys have going on. You guys got your freedom, and it's like just a danger zone. Like, so I don't know if we should be following you guys. But why do you guys come over here being on um, these statuses, like H1B1. We also have like the temporary like asylum statuses. You come over here and then you start acting brand new. Like, well, I came over here with all these like, subsistencies from the Democratic Party, and we were put into like specific cities to go against like your government and you. So why can't you guys make it make sense, right? You guys are pawns. Not only are you pawns, you guys are the epitome of why you come from a failing country. You think that you were the better of the people that came over here. Imagine you being the better of the people that came over here via asylum status, via these other statuses, right? And you brought your degeneracy over here, and you have the nerve to sit here and try to backdoor yourselves into our spaces. You don't assimilate with us. You come over here with your welfare. Is welfare, by the way. Take advantage of that after coming over here on your scamming degrees, by the way, because a lot of you guys just scam your way into every freaking reality that you guys have because, of course, because you're third world freaking people, you come over here being great scammers. So, yay, you're great scammers, taking advantage of the things that we put in place for you, the foundational Black Americans, the people who were here before this country had its name, the USA, period. You come over here and now you're over here trying to like get rid of all those things. And now you're upset because, oh my gosh, you were trying to compete with the people who put those things in place for you. You are freaking goofies. I support ICE. I support ICE because we should have never let you come over here. You are vampires. You're no freaking better than the white TK beast. Okay, my time is up. I land there for a little bit.
Okay. It's a Jamaican woman in the panel in the chat named Remy Chanel that said, let's be honest, the white man made America great. I understand you guys have a bleaching epidemic out there, but you will never be white. So to literally get up here and give all of these people the most grace and the accolades and to worship them is sad, because ultimately we made this country great. And collectively together, it is a superpower because of our collective efforts. But we gave America its cultural influence and its cultural backbone. We domesticated this goddamn country and created a lot of the modern technologies that you use that makes your life better, that you're even using in Jamaica. We, at the end of the day, put our blood, sweat, and tears into helping to build this country, to build the base and its infrastructure, so that if you are here in the States and not in Jamaica, you could migrate here and comfortably navigate through the country. So to get up here talking about white people made it great as a dark skin, well, you might be bleached. I don't know what you got going on. But it's very sad and pathetic that you all have such low ethnic pride, that you were upheld and uphold people that also enslaved and disenfranchised you. It's very, very sad. Okay, let's get to Petty Tendergrass.
Hey, what's up, sis?
What's going on? How you been?
I've been good. I can't complain.
All right, go for it.
I'm saying, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? You know what it is. It's all colonizer tactics. A lot of them are insecure about being foreigners, so they want to make us into foreigners too. They want to force the slave trade narrative on our people.
Thanks, B.
I'm not saying some people may have ancestors that came on the slave trade. Shit, mine didn't. None of my ancestors came over here on no boat. So, but they have to force this narrative on a lot of us because they want us to be foreigners like them because it makes them feel secure. It's all about an inferiority complex. At the end of the day, especially the African, they need us to feed into this slave trade narrative because it gives them a superiority complex. That's just what it boils down to. They actually have low self-esteem, and they need that story. They need something to connect to. Because if you look at their continent, they haven't built shit. So it's pretty obvious why they want to connect here. We're definitely American. We are the definition of what America is. Our ancestors built this thing they call the United States from the ground up. Through inventions, through, owning tobacco plantations, owning cotton plantations, and all kind of stuff. We're the ones that made this country what it is. Our labor and our resources, and we don't get the credit. So, yeah, it's funny how they want to question our American. We're the only ones that can't be deported out this motherfucker. But yeah, they want to question how American are we? Just think about how stupid that is. We need a passport to go to Africa. There's no just going to Africa. You need a passport because we're foreigners over there.
Mm-hmm.
And no, white people don't solely own America. I mean, they make it appear like they own America or they have so much power, but that's the power of the white man. Is the power of illusion. If we believe in that bullshit, then yeah, it appears that way. They don't own shit, and their time is coming to an end too. Simple as that. I'll end there.
Okay. Keep it real. The prompt is about Africans. Don't tell me what to do. You lucky I let you come up on my panel. You should be honored. Okay, now I think it's Callie. Callie, baby. Hello, can I have your ethnicity? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
I'm Black American, but actually, I just wanted to respond to King. So I was wondering if you can let the rest of the panel go, and then when it's open panel, I'll just respond to King.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I
All
say
right.
something really quickly, love. They're
Go ahead. And
also
then
they're
Veronica.
shadow banning us. I
Oh,
want to
I
say that
know, girl.
there, so make sure you guys tap it up. I'm gonna start supporting, like, I always support. Every time I get like coins, I always give it back to the community. So make sure that you guys are making sure that you're tapping. Make sure that you are looking at Love Jones gallery. We have to support each other because they are super mad at us right now. And just tap it up, tap it up. Make sure she's getting to 50K. Um,
Mm.
she's doing good right now. Support your favorites on the panel. I already know I'm shadow banned right now. They got mad at me for coming at the small hats on my live, whatever. It's whatever. But tap it up. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Veronica. Hey, Veronica.
Hey, good evening. Happy
What's up,
Friday.
girl? All right, go ahead.
So why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Um, Foreigners, just in general, like you previously mentioned, or no, there was a gentleman he mentioned, it's like their litmus test is just the white man. So like the sun just rises and sets in his ass to them. So it's like they take what he says for gospel, from history to achievements of us here, us Black people, our statistics, negative or positive. They don't look into any of that for themselves. They just take his word and they just go with that, and that's how they can keep quoting EBT this and that. Meanwhile, YT's the one with with more violence, more government assistance, more of everything negative. So they just take that and they don't look into it any further. There was another, the woman, again, I think she was in Ethiopia, wherever she was. She did well, I did agree with her when she said that it's on these people when they come for them to dig a little bit deeper and to actually know what they're coming into, but they don't. So they've just let YT people just fully colonize their minds, and it's to where it just overrides the critical thinking and even the logic. So when I think about just like biology on a basic level and how that works, anything light or white just being recessive. So, you know, if you have this, a Siberian Husky or a pale indigenous, that just makes no sense
Mm.
on a biological level. It does not. Just, I mean, so it just doesn't make sense. Full stop. That's it. So the out of Africa theory, it was a theory. They've never changed it to out of Africa fact. It was
Mm.
a theory, and even more so, it was created by or thought up by a eugenicist.
Yep.
So do they even know what any of that is? So just educating themselves, they don't do any of that. They just come get jobs, go to school, or take some tests, and then the rest of it, it's like like just a walking drone, just droning around through life, not really giving anything any critical thought. Okay, and I know my time's almost up. So just making reference to that, you said, and you mentioned just the genetic markers that were found here, dating back all those thousands and thousands of years ago, like that.
338,000 years ago, a Black American man has the oldest Y chromosome known to modern man.
Come on. And the artifacts, the lands that it's all here. So they don't even look into any of that, none of that. So last year, I know my time's done, but the modern African is part Neanderthal. So that was just something in addition to a pale skin indigenous, and just thinking about like what the psychology of these people are. So that is why they would be, and so just like the white man, Neanderthal. So, those are my thoughts on that. Yeah, thank you.
This Native American in the comments going in, calling us African American, saying that they're gonna reverse birthright citizenship and what y'all don't contribute anything. We have like more than $1 trillion in spending power. We contribute heavily to the economy in modern times. There's millions of us that are millionaires. There's a few of us that are billionaires. You said that your tribe is worth billions. There are individual Black American people that are a billionaire on their own with no tribe behind them. And the only thing that you all have invented or contributed to modern society was sunscreen and kayaks and I believe a baby bottle. But other than that, like you've done nothing innovative on some of those reservations. It's really sad because you all are drunk the fuck out. Like y'all make these concoctions of antifreeze and Listerine and all sorts of things that you mix together to get drunk the fuck out. A lot of you all are unemployed. The unemployment rate is through the roof. There's a lot of incestuous relations going on there. The child protective services on some of these reservations are through the roof. You don't take advantage of the education that you're provided for free. So, I mean, like you have food deserts. A lot of you don't have access to fresh fruits and vegetables on the daily. It's really sad. Like, so to get up here and talk about Black Americans when you have reservations like Pine Ridge, or was it Pine Valley reservations? It literally looks like something that's post-apocalyptic. I don't understand where do you all get off talking down on us? Yes, we've had a hard time in this country. You all have too, but we're still you're the natural inhabitants of the United States of America. You've not done anything culturally significant except for sunscreen. Okay, let's get to David Hart. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt. David Hart, going once, going twice. I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. David Hart. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna disconnect you. Okay, Foundational Black Akata. Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, I'm Tanzanian.
Are you in America?
No, I'm in the UK.
Of course. Go ahead.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, you just said just a minute ago why people have nothing to contribute but nothing but sunscreen. That's so stupid. That's the
It's not
first thing.
stupid. It's facts. You can go and look it up.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, so why people have contributed so much is ridiculous.
And I was responding to someone that was literally in the comments denigrating Black Americans for the past 30 minutes. You will only react to us reacting to people.
I'm just saying.
People.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. To say white people haven't contributed anything. That's the oh my god.
What are you
it's just so
about?
silly.
I was talking to a Native American woman that said Black Americans don't contribute anything to society.
Hey, watch your tone with the host, sir.
Like, what is your problem?
Well,
I was responding to somebody. Y'all think that we just supposed to allow people to punch down on us and not say anything back. If you say my culture and my ethnic group has not contributed anything to the America, I'm going to talk about what you've contributed.
Okay, and that's another problem. The way you speak and the tone of voice is why you have issues.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can you let me finish?
Well, you're just so sassy.
But, I mean,
he's so sad. He sounds like a whole woman.
Her tone
up
of
here.
voice. Okay, her tone of voice is so negative.
And your tone of voice is so feminine that I'm going to buy you.
You never stayed in America, so
can I just finish,
you need
Professor?
to calm down.
Okay,
hold on, everybody. Mute and let this man. First of all, before
I'm trying to finish.
Before you do, this is my panel. I match energy. You're not going to come up here and talk to me. There is no energy here. Yes, you came up talking to me in a condescending tone. I'm not going to allow you to do that and think that I'm just going to be some docile, turn the other cheek. I'm not Martin Luther King, okay? I'm more of a Malcolm X type, but go ahead.
Okay, I know you're a strong Black woman. I understand that. Okay, so you were saying all this. Okay, you were talking about all this. Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
you were saying something about that you trained Africans earlier when they first came to America, and all this training that saying that you're skilled and you've done all this, but
Oh my
yes,
God.
but yet you're still failures, guys.
Who
You're
is
at
a
the bottom.
failure? Nobody from a country that they fled from. You are not even in Africa. You're in
I'm
Europe. So who are you to
but
talk about somebody being a
but
failure? Let me look
I'm
up
just saying.
Tanzania and see what's going on in Tanzania.
Can I just
Since
finish?
Black Americans are failures, like
You said that
you,
you're
this is
skilled.
you're
You said that you're
disrespectful.
no.
You
If
are
I
being disrespectful. Go ahead,
But no,
Professor
no, no,
Alan.
no,
yeah,
but the thing
if
is,
I
you know,
may
all these
quickly
skills.
interject, in
No,
Tanzania they're eating
guys,
albinos. I know
guys.
albino professor who had to hide when he was in Tanzania because they think if they sacrifice them, can I say that word? It will give
Oh,
them gifts.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Sacrifice.
yeah they consume albinos over there. Look it up. Don't trust me.
I'm
Look it
looking
up.
it up right now because they're saying that we're failures here in the United States of America, where literally there's like over 5 million of us that have businesses. There's millions of us that are millionaires. Like what are we failing at? Y'all keep comparing the bottom to the top. Like let's really keep it real. What's going on in Tanzania? You're not even there. Like you're in another man's country talking about somebody is a failure. And you think that we're just supposed to sit here and listen to this without
He's
saying anything back?
he's freaking delusional. I'm waiting for open panel. I'm being so respectful. You know, I always try to hold my tongue, but that freaking low voice. Well, the way that I'm not in my country and I'm in the UK and I fled from my freaking country in
Why
Tanzania
they
and I'm
always
like,
whisper?
why do they whisper? The whisper. It's like, what's that song? The whisper song and shit. I can't stand them, but that's just me. I'm a
Nah,
mess.
just listening to his accent, I was losing brain cells. Like literally.
Okay, Tanzania is currently experiencing significant political unrest following a disputed October 2025 election with over 500 reported unalivings, mass arrests of opposition figures, and allegations of severe crackdowns by security forces. So y'all are doing presidential campaign fraud out there. Safety and travel advisory. It advises reconsidering travel due to unrest, crime, and security. So you guys are a level 3 out of 4. So the African Union reported the election fell short of democratic standards. The U.S. is reconsidering its relationships with Tanzania due to the crackdown. Y'all have blackouts going over there, the mobile data, like you all's power grid is chopped and screwed, and you're sitting up here saying that Black Americans are a failure. What have we failed at? Oh, now you're muted. Did your internet go out? Like I don't know what's happening.
It's not their internet. It's that they don't have the power grid half of the day. I mean, I don't like.
I'm actually in the UK, so the power's just fine, guys.
Okay.
The thing is that your culture has the way of this. It's called was it Tariq said this? He said
Can
something
you
about
stop stuttering, sir?
wait. Let me just finish. The Tariq said something about our culture is a teasing culture, jiving. We jive with one another. You bully each other. But the thing is, Africans don't do that, guys. We're not like you, where we bully each other into submission.
Because you don't
That's
speak
your
the same
culture.
languages.
But I'm just saying that's you. We don't do that. So you bully each other, and you're trying to bully us, but it's not going to work, guys.
No one is trying to do anything to somebody from Tanzania in the United Kingdom. We don't even know you. You don't even go here. At the
But
end
I'm
of the
just
day,
saying. I'm just
and I'm
saying
just saying, at the end of the day, you don't bully each other. You literally unalive each other. Y'all bear arms. Y'all give the children firearms, and y'all air out whole entire villages. So at least we're just using words. Y'all are literally in South Africa, Africans over on the continent, beating each other's ass in the street, literally lighting y'all's businesses on fire. These are the type of things that you will do to each other. So to come over here and make it seem like us saying something is so detrimental to somebody's livelihood when you are literally snuffing out the lives of women and children. So what are you talking about?
that's a tribal issue.
Y'all G-side each other. Y'all are
Okay.
unaliving each other on a mass scale. From the plane looking down on Sudan, it all was red. Y'all are having bloody baths out there in some of those countries. It's very sad, and it is I'm destroyed. Some of the things that I've read about what's happening, how you all are selling your children for $80 a pop in Ghana. Like, it is just utterly insane to point your finger at Black Americans when some of the debauchery and demonry that you guys are practicing in these countries is demonic. What's going on? And like Professor Alan said, you all literally, when the albino children come out, you sell your kids for rituals, and you sit up here talking, child. Let's get to the next person. Then I'm gonna open the panel. We'll get to the next person. Okay, 4Black 00. Can I have your ethnicity? And
Yes, I
let
am
me
a
give you 3
Black
minutes.
American. I've been on here one time before. Hi, I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll read the prompt. Why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American? They they have an issue with us not being linked to them because ultimately they are fascinating or fantasy dreaming about having control over us, authority over us. So they want to make us more like them so that they can switch the flip the switch on sometime later on with working with the Democrats and Pan Africans and other leaders and whatnot. They want to equalize us to being immigrants like them because being an American is separate from them being foreign and immigrants or African and all these other things. That's why they're arguing with us about becoming African, because they want to be able to take control over the reins of all the Africans. And so they would like to have us demoted. And that's not going to work out for us. We're not on this Marcus Garvey tip anymore. What was is gone and no longer is going to return. But they have decided that that's what they're going to bring back up again. And it's not going to work out. Everybody's putting all this burden onto Black Americans like we're supposed to save Africa. And what I like to know is, while we're supposed to save Africa, what are the Africans doing? That's not
Talking
our
about
problem.
us, talking down on
Oh,
us.
again, let me finish, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Girl, go ahead. I'm being nice. I could
Okay.
interject and do a little ad lib. Go ahead.
Okay. I was losing my thought, but anyways, ultimately they're wanting to have control over us. They want to colonize us, and we have to fight back from that. And I just would like the Africans to know that we're not changing our position. In fact, it's going to get worse as time progresses. You guys are going to have to realize that. Coming on the platforms trying to talk all nice and humble like and whatever, making like brother and sister talk and all that, it's not going to work. We don't believe you. We don't trust you. We're not claiming you. We don't care if you claim us because you want something from us. We don't want to claim you because you're not us and you're not of our blood. So what I would like to suggest for Africans, please consider thinking about plan B, because plan B is not going to work out for you, because we're all going to lock up if you attempt anything here in America, because this is our home, not yours.
Okay, Professor Alan, and then after Professor Alan, we're gonna open the panel. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, and then after your 3 minutes, we're gonna open it. And when we, go ahead, Professor Alan, and I'll make my announcement after.
No. Go ahead, make your announcement. Go ahead. You're good.
After, I'll start your countdown over. After he goes, please do not argue and try really hard not to overtalk, and no derogatory language, because I do not want to get a restriction. Like, that really, really aggravates me. And Carrie, you are obsessed, you are unattractive, and nobody likes you. Because the way you are going so hard in my comment section, you got to have some whack coochie. It's given, you ain't got the power of the PUSSY. Because you're going too hard. Let me block you. You're getting on my fucking nerves. I told you to come up on the panel, but you wouldn't do it. You're a whack bitch. You're a whack hoe. You gotta get out of here, wacko. All right, let me start you over, Professor. And then go ahead.
All right, hey panel, what's going on? How y'all doing? I want to talk about why do foreigners always challenge Black American nationality and ancestry, or Black Americans American? Yes, we are. We are the only true Americans, and I don't have enough time to talk about that. I'm doing research that I'm not even going to talk about on panels because it's blowing my mind how this country was an up and running country with structures and governments and so much to say. I promise I will have a panel on that myself. But to that African, with Africans, you're looking at a very, very low self-esteem. I had to break out some scholarship on him. The scholarship of the day comes from Dr. Claude Anderson and Professor Norm Combs, who Dr. Anderson relies on heavily. On page 115, Black Labor, White Wealth, Dr. Anderson says, in 1885, European nations met at a conference in Berlin. Listen to this, people. Without notifying any African nations. No Africans were there. They just met up. Shortly thereafter, they drew lines on a map to divide African continent amongst themselves. Shortly thereafter, European nations established colonies throughout Africa. They colonized 90% of the African continent. And listen to this, controlled nearly 100% of Africa's wealth. So when they gave back, I'm gonna paraphrase it. When they gave back the colonies to the Africans, most of the wealth was taken, and they had proxy leaders in control who are still there, still in Ghana, still in Tanzania. The gentleman, the Tanzanian gentleman up there, not brother, gentleman up there has a very low ethnic self-esteem. He's ashamed of his country. He's up here speaking in a British accent when Great Britain is the source of white supremacy. It's the lion, you know what I'm saying? And he up there proudly speaking with a British accent, you know what I'm saying? These people want to try to establish dominance over us because we honestly are the only group of melanated people who's rose up out the mud without the assistance of anybody and consistently fought the system of white supremacy. And we're successful. Haiti had a little bitty moment, but they kind of messed up and got back in bed with the French. So like it's only us. I don't know another group that did that. And it really burns his crumpet that we're up here proud of who we are because he needs us to be ashamed. They rely upon us for their self-esteem, which in conclusion is a YT trait. Dr. Marimba Ani said, YT civilization defines itself off of what it's not. What does that mean? That means that Europeans, YT, they need an enemy. They need Love Jones says she's a friend, she's a host. You know, we say we're mothers, we're fathers, we're professors, we're philanthropists. We define ourselves off of what we are. We're friends. YT defines himself off what it's not. It basically, at least I'm not this. They need opposition. And this African on the panel has been around YT so much that he's taken on their traits. If I need something to compare myself against that's less than me, therefore he needs us to be less than him, which is not true. We don't even have the same DNA.
It's crazy work. I know there's a few more people on the panel, but I know you said it was like open panel after that. I think he fled. Like they always treat him
That
flee.
part. So I'm gonna let Butterfly go, and then after that, I know Callie wanted to say something to King, and then it's open. All right, go. All right, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead, boo.
No, Love Jones.
Huh?
No, I don't want the minutes. I just wanted you to pull that girl up down here that's popping her stuff in Jamaica.
Oh Lord, she's still up in here.
She's still popping her stuff. I'm like, go up on the panel and have your discussion. I'm listening to y'all.
Send a request to come up since you got so much to say. All right, so I'm gonna
drop. Hey, FBA family, love y'all. Keep busting up beside
Hey, Butterfly.
Okay, so let me.
I'm gonna drop.
All right, so go ahead, Callie, and then after Callie addresses King is open.
So, King, you were asking like if anybody ever had a personal experience or issue with the African or any Africans, right? And I can say that I've had multiple negative experiences. And it's just because a lot of foreigners, especially Africans, they adopt YT culture. So they operate in anti-blackness, right? And I don't like that very much, right? I'm not gonna say that I dislike an entire continent, because I do not, right? But I wouldn't say the experience is very positive, especially since a lot of you guys come over here and you operate in anti-black, but also you guys assimilate to black culture too. Like you guys adopt a lot of things from black culture while still denouncing it. And so I think that's very, very problematic. Also, for the guy that said that black people don't do anything, or I forgot exactly what he was saying, but like a lot of foreigners, you guys are only over here because of the Civil Rights Act. So, and that was actually done by black people. So I don't know. I think a lot of foreigners need to get more education on the history of black Americans, because it is literally, black Americans are literally the reason that they get to walk on US soil. So I don't know, just education.
King, do you want to respond?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, host. I just want to speak about this what they call it if you the ones you just mentioned how African be able to come to America. I mean, how many Africans live in the African continent? Like so many billion. So how many Africans in America? I would say maybe 0.2%. So we came to America because of your whatever you say to America. Like, listen, at the end of the day, just because you have small percentage of bad experience, you can't just speak on like the whole group. Like you're saying, like all African is bad. Like
So
no,
why is it okay for everybody to do that to us?
no, no. That's what I'm saying. Like you gotta see it outside of TikTok. Like all this nonsense, I feel
Outside
like
of TikTok, foreigners absolutely denigrate black Americans.
no, that's not
And you
true.
keep saying, yes, they do. They
It's,
just not
it's
bold
very
enough to say
debatable.
it. All of them are not bold enough to say it to your face. Are you a real person?
Yeah, I'm
Are
I
you're a
respect.
real person, right? You're a human. You're not a bot, right? Are you a bot? Yes or no?
You know,
I'm a real person. Is everybody else up here a real person? Put a one in the chat if you're a real person and
I'm
you're
a
not a
real
bot.
person.
Because they keep making it seem like people on TikTok are not real people that walk around in everyday life.
right? But I
These
would
are real
say,
people that are saying these things. We're not bots.
but what I'm saying is that it's just listen. If you go out, if right now, like if you go outside, like if you're in a restaurant, if you a grocery store, if you are whatever you are, just find you somebody like Black American, ask them about like what is FBA, all this nonsense what's going on in TikTok. I'll bet my money. I'll bet my $1,000 I got like working hard in America. Like 9 out of 10, they don't know what is going on. Like all this
Oh,
nonsense is
ask
only
them, do they
big
feel
on
like black
TikTok.
Americans? Ask them, do they feel like black Americans have culture? Ask them, do they feel like black Americans are lazy? Ask them realistic questions. Fuck FBA and not fuck
No,
FBA, but don't
listen.
ask them that. No, ask them like, do black Americans have culture?
Okay,
And
let me.
see what they respond, because you are not being realistic right now.
And
Okay, let me
King,
tell you.
I can say that
Okay,
my sister, she's married to a well, they're not married technically, but a Liberian. They have two kids or whatnot, and so I've been up close and personal with some of these conversations, and so you can't act like there are a lot of people that are from that continent that come over here and they automatically think that they are better than Black Americans. And I'm not saying that just to be unrealistic. I've literally been in the same room and had these conversations. And so they feel like Black people don't know their history, that they don't have a culture. Like, for example, when I cook for the
Exactly.
holidays, my sister's husband does not eat my cooking at all, and it's not because I can't cook. I can cook for real, but he doesn't eat it because they look down on Black culture,
he's
right? Like you
African.
guys, yeah, like he's a Liberian, yeah, and like he's
Man,
never had a dish of mine, but
yeah,
they
he's
will.
missing a lot. Like that motherfucker
Well,
is
Right,
just
well,
and I'm not
retarded.
saying
That's what I'm
like, and I'm not
saying.
saying that that's all of you guys, right? I'm just saying like we can't act like Africans don't look down on Black Americans. Like they look heavily, like for example, like A lot of you may not realize this, but a lot of you guys, like I said earlier, you guys have adopted YT culture and you guys assimilate
This
to
is
it.
true.
While still some people may adapt black culture, right? But at the same time, like that's the reason a lot of you guys come over here and you guys hate
Oh my
black
It's
god.
saying to
American. Hold
remove
on, you
you.
guys hate
It
black
said to
American.
remove him for bullying. I don't even know what he said.
Oh, my bad. Okay, well,
Oh, I wish he would have
No,
stayed.
I
Oh
think
man.
I
No,
think
he
that
got
he was
restricted.
getting
No,
he got
TikTok restricted
restricted.
him.
I'm gonna say this. Tap it up, guys. We're past. Let's get freaking Love Jones to 100K. He and these other people that follow and stalk us have been doing this for the past, like, at least the past couple of weeks. They're going so heavy. So let's tap it up. Let's support each other. I'm gonna definitely look back at Love Jones. I'm gonna like send some like hand hearts and whatever. But tap it up. Make sure you guys are supporting this because I wanted to talk about London bridges falling down because that weird freaking tether voice. I'm a freaking fleer from Liberia and I'm in the UK and you guys are over here just like not understanding that London bridges is falling down. It's falling down. It's falling down. London bridges is falling down. My Fair Lady. I
Oh
really
my
wanted to
God.
talk about that first freaking part since he's so freaking UK, right? Because I promise you, he would have not known what that meant because he worships white tea people. That one guy that freaking fled or whatever, like he does, a freaking fleer. Tap it up to see, we're almost there. Tap it up to 100K, guys.
Well,
I think we don't realize too, like they don't realize that black people actually denounce YT culture. Like, they may have been able to colonize the world, but like black people just aren't going for that. And so I think that that's another reason why a lot of people try to look down on us as black people is because they want to adopt YT culture. Like they feel like YT people run the world. They feel like they're the top of the food chain. And black people are like, we work too hard. Like our ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears are literally engraved into this soil. And so I don't know. I think that's where the disconnect happens.
well, I wish you could bring him back because I wanted to face him with the truth. His basic premise is I heard earlier while I was on a walk that African people are nice and hospitable. That was the basic premise I heard. I
Mm-hmm.
lived in Ghana and I experienced they were really nice to me to get my money. But on several occasions while in Ghana, like I said before, I went to the mall. Number one, African currencies are absolutely worthless when you come to the United States. Like when you travel to Spain or to Mexico or to Italy or France and you come back with their currency, you can go to the exchange and you lose money. Hell, I took Mexican pesos to the bank. You lose money in the exchange, but you get some money back.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants African currency. So therefore, I had 10,000 CDs, 10,000 of their dollars, and I wanted to get rid of them before I got on my plane back to Memphis. And I went into a store to give the lady 10,000. I was just going to buy all her junk and ship it to Memphis. And when I walked in with my ball cap and my Air Jordans on and a gold chain, she called me Akata. She said it real
Mm-mm.
condemningly. They despise us. Furthermore, when I was working in the jungle to help build a school in northern Ghana, um, the gods they have there are all little boys. Now I'm wondering were they enslaved? But
Wow.
the little boys they speak English over there, and the little boys kept saying how afraid they were. I just listened. We were walking 20 miles in the jungle, so I just listened to the conversation, trying not to get bit by a snake, and and their whole conversation for hours was, "Oh, I'm so afraid of Benin people," and I never met anybody from Benin, and was wondered about that. Long story short, I had a student from Benin who was linked to royalty. And I asked her about it, and she said they're afraid of us because a lot of people in Benin practice voodoo, and they sacrifice people they love, like they unalive people left and right. She even said that to get accepted into the High Council, you have to sacrifice something that you love. I confirmed this by reading books on it later on. And she said that more powerful the person that you love, the greater the reward. She said most people unalive their mother by doing this with their neck in front of the high council of priests. After you unalive your mother, they have a feast to celebrate your initiation where they barbecue your mother and you have to take part in eating said mother. She said if you really want a high place, you have to unalive your child. And they unalive children according to her testament, which I have written down. This is the deposition. If y'all want me to read it word for word, but I don't want to take that much time. She said, you unalive your child by cleaning them up real nice for the deity. By the way, the deity's name is Mami Wata, Mamiwata. Y'all can look it up. It's a mermaid looking thing. And they dress the baby in all white and throw it to the alligators, and the alligators tear it to shreds. So does that sound nice and hospitable to y'all? These people don't get along with each other. They're afraid of each other. Ghana is kicking out Nigerians. Tanzania is sacrificing albinos. I got a tan because I've been riding around in my convertible, but usually I'm a pretty light-skinned brother, and I'm a little nervous when I go to Tanzania because they might mistake me for albino if I have a hat on and I shave. You know what I'm saying? These people are not hospitable. Like the sister said earlier, in conclusion, the Berlin Conference tells it all. Europe divided them, separated them, named their countries, and sucked out all of their resources and then dipped on them. So they have a massive inferiority complex to us because we have never been conquered like that. We're conquered in McGraw Hill, which I'm working to write a counter narrative to.
Professor, 4 days ago in Osu in Ghana, the mother and child hospital, 5 Ghanaian women were arrested for kidnapping for a syndicate. They're still trying to arrest the rest of them. It was 5 women, and it was in Osu. It's called the Mother and Child's, what is it called? Whatever. It was
That's
one
where
of
I
those.
lived. I lived in Osu. Osu is the best neighborhood in the most fancy city
Thank you.
in West Africa. Ghana is held as the
Even,
highest
even all
amongst.
the streets in
Yeah.
Osu, though, aren't paved, Professor.
Oh, you
Yeah.
beat me to it. I was going to say when I stayed in my fancy place in Osu, I'm being sarcastic.
Oh,
Me and the girl I was with were walking to the club, and I looked in the street and was like, "What is that?" It was a canal. You know how we have little canals in the street to for rainwater. And I was like, "What is that?" It was like bright yellow, like a highlighter paper flowing down the street, and it dawned on me that it was toilet paper soaked in urine. So why does the most fancy city in the most fancy country in West Africa have open sewage flowing through the street right in front of the U.S. embassy? This is what we're dealing with.
And when I lived in Ghana, they had a 3-bedroom for rent in Osu for $21,000 a month. It went viral.
I believe it.
It went viral, and that was like 21,000 for a 3-bedroom. So I really came up to talk to the guy that's down there, and they always claim that they have billions of Africans on the continent. It's only 1.4 billion, and most of them don't even include North Africans. I just did a video of Africans talking about it, and the entire.
Hold on, Lacey. Let me start your timer. Go ahead.
Thank you. So he was saying it's only it's billions of Africans on the continent. It's only 1.4. And then you keep talking about what the 3 million or something who Africans here, they're not all registered, sir. They're not all registered. You understand that there are a lot of people here illegally. Bright O2 has a sister here. Her last name would be O2. She's in Virginia somewhere working for a Lebanese family. So you can't count all the Africans that say disparaging things and that are not registered here as even having a visa. She had a visa. It was a visitor visa. She was supposed to go home about 3 months ago. But on top of that, you don't like each other on the continent. You say that North Africans aren't real Africans. In that video on my page, the map, they counted Sudan. Sudan, the one you call the land of the blacks, they say they're not real Africans. So if you don't even include the entire top of the continent of Africa as real Africans, then you still have a smaller portion. You have to take off several hundred million. And then if you include the ones who dislike people because of what tribe they're in, I've never heard a Ghanaian say something nice about every tribe in Ghana. By the way, they dislike each other. That's why there's 15 tribal conflicts right now. 3,000 were unalived in 2025. 48,000 fled the country on August 25th, 2025 to Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso to save their lives. So when you count all the Africans that don't like each other and don't like themselves, then you have a very small percentage of them. So when you say it's impossible for a Black American to have met Africans who have said disparaging things, then you're wrong and you're a liar. Also, in the two countries I lived in Kenya and Ghana, you hear things about Black Americans all the time. And one of the things in Ghana was don't bring your filthy culture here. And they say the culture is, of course, the gang stuff, EBT, welfare, all the same narrative. I was told I'm not a real Black person. That video is on my page if you'd like to look at that. No Black American's a real Black person because we never struggled like the Blacks. Y'all call people Blacks and whites as if you're separating your clothing. So no, you don't like each other. And so to sit here and then play stupid that you don't think Africans say that here. By the way, what country can you go to in Europe and sit around and talk about the European people that way and think you're going to make it out alive? So this is just what you do. I really don't do these TikTok lives anymore because it's no use in talking to people like you who don't even like each other, and you're unaliving each other because of what part of the country you were born in, because that means what tribe you come from, what last name you have. My husband, everybody tries to bully me because he's a Kenyan, but I remember because he's a kissy, he has to go around and he has to pretend that he's not. But then if they stop and ask for your national ID, you can be unalive during an election. So please stop playing and being facetious. Just please.
Well, they say this narrative of they don't want to be like us is absolute bull, sugar honey iced tea. And Lacey, you can back me up on this. Matter of fact, we have cell phones. Google Popeye. They have
The restaurant?
KFC. Yeah, they have
Okay, yeah.
KFC all over Ghana. Why do you have a Kentucky Fried Chicken? And they have Popeye. I guess Popeyes wouldn't give them a contract, a franchise, so they have a knockoff of Popeyes called Popeye. They up here trying to be like us, going to KFC and Popeyes. They are obsessed with it. I don't even know where to begin the level of obsession. People were trying to buy my Bass Pro Shop hats. Oh, brother, can I please buy that? They're obsessed with us.
I met a guy and he was in oh God, what is that cafe that it was in Accra Mall, and he was in the cafe. He had a MAGA hat on because somebody had donated it, to use clothing, and he didn't care when people were saying, what it meant and everything. He said, I don't care. He wanted the hat so bad he refused to take it off his head, and even that flag from down south, the losing team, they have t-shirts. They wear t-shirts with that. I just saw there's a Burkina Bay DJ I follow. He had one of the guys was dancing with a Pride t-shirt on. You
Wow.
can't do that in Burkina Faso, right? But whatever.
They don't know. All right, let me let these next new people. I invited the guy back up because the restriction was 10 minutes. Let's get Remy Chanel. Can I have your ethnicity? And I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Jamaican.
Are you in America?
In America.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so it seems like this conversation is about mainly Africans against Black Americans in regards to ancestry, nationality. And it's kind of confusing to me because of the things that I've seen online in regards to Black people on a whole against Black Americans. And I think Black Americans are true Americans. If they don't want to be identified as an African American, that's fine. Because I want to be identified as a Jamaican and not an African, even though I know I have African ancestry. Now, for the whole conversation, right? Black Americans and Black South Africans, I think you guys have the same mindset when it comes to other Black people from wherever they are. And the way things are in South Africa right now, I think in a few years, that's where Black Americans are going to be in regards to Black immigrants in America.
Okay. At the end of the day, the prompt isn't solely about Africans, but Africans.
But that's what this whole conversation is about.
You gotta let me finish speaking. Africans came on the panel first and censored themselves. as they usually do. If Latinos were to come up here, I was also talking to a Native American woman. You were here. I seen you in the comments for a long time. Did you not hear me responding to a Native American woman? If a Native American would have came up here and joined the panel, then I would have been talking to her as I was with her just popping shit in the comment section. So we match energy. If Africans come up here and censor themselves, just right now, you're Jamaican. So if you start to talk about the Jamaican plight or you say something about Jamaica, then that opens up a dialogue for us to be speaking to a Jamaican.
But then but I still classes, but I look as an African, as a black person like myself. I'm not going to look at them and say, oh, he's African, so he's completely different from me. I'm not talking about culture. I'm not talking about way of life. I look at them as a black person, as myself.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you with all due respect, but I really don't believe that. I was in a graduate cohort with a 60-some-year-old woman getting her second PhD from Jamaica. And I looked at her like a mother, like a grandmother, and she helped me through my program for 3 years. At the end of the third year, we took a class called Learning the Theories, a very dynamic class that changed the way I think. And I learned that standardized testing was created to keep, did y'all know the SAT and ACT were created by Stanford University to keep black people out of Ivy League and top 10 colleges because the civil rights movement happened and Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and all of them had to accept black people. So they said, we need to create something to keep them out and still be within the law. So they're racially biased, but that's a whole nother point. But I've stood up in class. Those of you who've been in grad school is all about group work. I said, we as black people, and that lady shut me down and said, I am not black, I'm Jamaican, and never talked to me again. So what does this we're black stuff come from? I used to live in West Africa.
It's new age.
I think you guys are putting a new meaning to the word black.
No, Remy, you were talking for a while.
Away from, because
Remy,
first of all,
Remy.
No, you just, when this Remy thing came out, you guys were talking about, oh, I'm gonna go to the motherland, motherland this, the motherland that. Now you come up with this new thinking that, oh,
it's not
no, this is projected.
Why is it so hard
I'm
for
a
you to be
Native
quiet,
American.
Remy?
Now you want to take over from the Native
Remy, nobody. Can I talk to Remy for a second? Because I lived in 2 African countries.
Wait, hold on, Lacey. Let Jasmine speak right quick, and then you can go after Jasmine, and then Butterfly.
Thank you. I've been waiting very patiently because I definitely like Remy. This is what we've been talking about for the past hour, right? We had London bridges falling down. Now you're another fleer from whatever country you came from, right? And then you guys start having this same talking point, right? And then you always never actually read the freaking prompt. Why do foreigners always challenge Black American nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American? We never say that you're not Yoruba. You're like, oh, I'm Yoruba. And we eat a goosey soup, whatever, and we have the pounded yam, whatever. Like, all right, cool. That's who you guys are. When the Jamaicans come up talking about their freaking oxtails, which is different from the southern oxtails, and their jerk chicken, we're like, all right, you guys got that, right? You got the reggae, big up, right? Why are you guys so upset with us being proud of our American lineage? With your sleepy voices and your flip-flops, and you guys keep fleeing. Then you'll be in random countries, right? I'm gonna land in 30 seconds, by the way. You'll be in random countries coming over here, talking about our talking points, and then being like, we don't care about you guys. We don't care about you guys. In our spaces, day and freaking night. And you can't freaking read clearly. We don't speak in clicks and clacks because it's a unallied language. It's if you're still speaking in clicks and clacks, you're still jumping up and down with red clay in your freaking hair, and only messing with each other. You're inbred. That's all I want to say for a second. I land there. Just degenerates.
Okay, go ahead and respond, and then Lacey's gonna go.
You mentioned red clay in the hair and clicks and clacks. Are you talking about patois, that's like a native language to Jamaica? Or are you talking about English that is very much not your language? That's the
very much so is.
The thing
English is actually comprised of Algonquin languages as well, and the
right, and
vernacular in which you
my
speak
clicks
it
and
is
clacks,
Black
I can trace
American.
it all the way back to Africa. Maybe
Do you
Ghana,
do you have paperwork of
Nigeria.
that?
They don't
Like
talk in clicks
No,
and clacks
she
in
Oh,
Ghana.
she's
trust
talking
me,
about
we
It's
the
can.
annoying.
Zulus.
We
At the
definitely
end of the
can.
day, hold
Despite
on,
the
She's
certain
talking about
words that
hold
we
on, King.
say, you can
That is
definitely
your
find a
native language
similar
from the South,
word.
some from South Africa,
Similar
right? You
word
guys aren't even
back
in
to
you're
Africa.
not even on the part of the native part of Africa that you guys originated from. You're not speaking in clicks and clacks from the Omar region or South Africa for sure, right? Because you guys are migrating too. Let's talk about how they don't even claim Fulani. Fulani are Arabs, right? They claim Fulani and Somalis with their big heads and Ethiopians as being white tea people, the original white tea people. So let's talk about that.
Well, when Lacey's finished, I wanted to show y'all
Yeah.
something
Is
Okay,
Remy
about.
is
go
Remy
ahead,
finished?
Lacey. Go ahead,
But
Lacey.
anyway, I find it ironic. I lived in 2 African countries. I wasn't considered black because of the color of my skin, the complexion of my skin. I was stalked, harassed by Ghana police and Ghana immigration. I had to pay bribery money, and I paid the money because sometimes my man was at the end of the AK, so I paid it. But from living in countries where I'm not even considered a black person. Please don't try to play this unity. Not only did they discriminate against me because of the color of my light skin, they called each other darky and blacky and Ghana. I've written a book about it
Very
actually.
colorist.
Yes, and then because I'm married to a Kenyan, I said something to a Ghanaian, and he said all Kenyans are dark, black, and ugly. That's in the book, by the way. So please don't come with this whole black unity. And to speak on the South Africans, I'm extremely proud of them, and I'm really embarrassed that Black Americans aren't doing what they're doing because they have thousands and thousands. Some South Africans have said millions have gone to their country and disrespected them. And they say the same tropes. You're lazy. You get that check. You got council housing. You get a check for what is that called? It's like their type of welfare. I forget the exact name. But so Africans have fled to there because it's easier to get there than go across the ocean or get to Europe. So they go to South Africa and they disrespect them. I'm very proud of them because they're tired of it. So they're known for all this crime and everything. Now they're second highest in scamming, where Ghana was second highest. Nigeria was number one. Now they're saying South Africa's number two and Ghana's number three. That is because of the influx of Ghanaians and Nigerians there. That Ghanaian that got picked up by one plane, now 200s want to come. You send a plane for one man, empty plane for one man, then you give him 200,000 CDs, and now there's a list, of 300 Ghanaians that want to return back. So they sent a plane to be performative for a man that had a stamp on his passport. He didn't even have his passport. He had a photocopy of his passport. He paid for stamps, said that he left the country and returned to the country. He actually was doing a business there. So you can't do that. He was not on a business visa. He was not paying taxes. He was not registered on a business, and Ghana flew him back. And those 300, they don't have passports or documents that they're going to fly back, by the way. So they're going to pay to bring them back because they don't have passports. So those people are there illegally, and I'm very proud of them. And I have a new 1,000 South African followers. So yeah, if in all that stuff y'all say about Black Americans, that should have been us. And I'm very disappointed in us, to be
Oh wow.
frank, because those people flood their country, made crime, and then their schools now, their public schools, they're full. So now South Africans have to pay to put their children in private schools because the public schools are full. So unlike letting it get to here where y'all get into political positions, and Jamie Gutierrez in Philadelphia from Trinidad is trying to unseat the Black American mayor, Cheryl Parker in Philadelphia, so that she could become a mayor of an immigrant city that's 750,000 immigrants out of 1.5 million people, so that she could turn it fully into a sanctuary city and send money to Trinidad. So all that stuff that's what they didn't want to happen in their countries. By the way, do you know their immigration does that too? Do you know their immigration now signed a bill and said that you cannot continue to apply for asylum, and they said they all have to go. They're giving them 90 days to leave. They came there and literally kept applying for asylum and kept getting denied and did not leave the country. And speaking of Philadelphia, there were over 10,000 West Africans, even Ghanaians, saying that they're fleeing T groups in their country. And that's not true. There are no T groups conflicts in their country. Those things in Ghana are 15 tribal conflicts with other Ghanaians. So they're sitting here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, getting refuge from lying. Do you know they used to go into Burkina Faso and Ouagadougou to the U.S. embassy to get visas to leave the country because it was named the most tea affected country on earth. So no, you can't come to somebody's country and disrespect it. If we all went to Jamaica and we all started treating you like stuff, you think y'all would just sit there and allow
Hell
this?
no, they would have machetes out in the street.
Exactly. And that's not fair. So I'm very proud of them. And so you say in a few years, I think I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. We're a failure because we have endured this for 60 years plus. The Green Book, which you probably know nothing about, saying where Black Americans could travel and not travel. Do you know Africans were exempt from the Green Book and then they came here and they said, oh my God, there's no racism. This country is so wonderful because the government said when African diplomats were treated poorly in a restaurant, they told them not to do that to them. So a Black American, you can go look it up. He dressed in a tuxedo and long tails and went into the restaurant and was able to eat there because they thought he was an African diplomat. Then you have people like Isaac Ayaba, who is a firefighter in Ghana, and he said, I would like to come here and they could call me the M word, which, makes a noise and swings from trees, and they could call me the N-word. I don't care. So don't come to a country talking about you want people to belittle you so you can say small boy, small girl. And then this guy right here, Foundational Black Akata, he was on 2 TikTok lives where he was explaining that name was derogatory and ignorant, but he said, I don't care. I do it for Tariq Nasheed. People like him that live in the UK, that African that has a disrespectful, disgusting name, and he doesn't care that is disrespectful against 50 million people because he's a piece of trash. Do you understand? He is a piece of trash. I was in 2 lives where they kindly and nicely did not insult him, did not make any insults about Africa or Africans, and said that is disrespectful. He said, I don't care. I'm doing it for Tariq Nasheed. So I'm going to disrespect 50 million people and call him a filthy animal.
Oh, damn, Lacey. I got to let you come back up in 10 minutes, boo.
I said what I said, though. Fuck her.
Oh, shit. All right.
Man.
Go ahead, Professor Allen, and then Butterfly.
Yeah, I want to
Professor Allen, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's good. The story behind my name, we'll talk about it later, but it's okay. So I want to point out something that a lot of us aren't aware of. I wasn't aware of until I moved to Ghana. Do y'all know that the Jamaicans we're not even genetically related to the Jamaicans? Now, I'm far as I'm concerned, I'm 100% Aboriginal, indigenous. However, there are some Black Americans who have African lineage. A lot of that African lineage came from Madagascar. But this is my point. If you look at the picture, I'm standing at Elmina Castle. It's the biggest one. It's gigantic. And what I learned at Elmina Castle, they segregated the enslaved Africans in West Africa. Did y'all know that? They were looking for a specific group to come to America. And the Elmina, where I'm standing, those enslaved folks went to Haiti. They a lot of them went to Jamaica, and they went to Brazil and the Caribbean. We're not from the same place that this Jamaican lady Remy is from. We're not even related to her. The few Black Americans, Columbia University said 5 per year in 1680 that came to America came from that castle up on the hill behind me. Notice how guarded it is. That's Cape Coast Castle, and that's where the Americans came from. And Cape Coast had slaves from Madagascar and other groups that I'm not going to talk about on space because I'm still writing about it. But notice how Cape Coast is up on the hill. It has almost like a moat around it. It's severely guarded. The African slaves that made it to America, the very few, were a prized possession because according to Dr. Chancellor Williams, they knew how to do stuff. While at Elmina Castle, they didn't know how to do anything but manual labor. So in conclusion, all this talk about we're all Black, Remy, we're not even you genetically. You're something else. And who you are, and this is going to be hard to hear, but it's true. You are related to the Ghanaians and Nigerians. Ma'am, you are a Bantu. That's why y'all have them same evil ways, because those are your cousins. Those are your brother.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Professor.
I
All
think.
right.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. So, everybody, let's get this live stream to 100K. Double tap the live stream. If you are not already following me, follow me and anybody else on the panel if you've enjoyed their contributions and their whatever they had to say for tonight's conversation. Double tap the screen, add to the gift goal at the top, and make sure you send your heart me's. Share the live if you have not already. Butterfly, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes and then we'll open it back up so everybody can speak.
Hey y'all, hey.
What's up? Oh, go ahead.
So, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry because they have no nationality and no ancestry to America? I think they feel like, well, you know what? I feel like these people came over here with this notion of we're going to go over here and conquer America and we're going to take over, and boom, they got over here. It was black people over here and they were like, wait, these black people living too good and we're living in shams where we come from. Why are these black people over here walking out the doors in 1930s with fur coats on and high heels? Like, but we're over here walking on dirt with the palm of our feet. They couldn't fathom the thought of us being greater than them. That's what we are. And with that one, I'm gonna go to the next question. Are Black Americans the only Americans out here in the entire world? Yes, we are. In fact, we are the only Americans out here in the world. Everybody else want to attach their ethnic group to the nationality of America. We're the only ones that can cleanly say that we are American. Everybody want to be Jamaican American, Caucasian American, they want to be Nigerian American, but we are the true Americans. We don't need to attach anything to other than the fact that our blood, sweat, and tears has been on this land. We are the real Americans. Do white people solely own America? They don't own it. They don't own America at all. And I need for these I don't know what to call these people no more.
Foreigners.
These foreigners, these tethers, these foreigners, all of them, to stop thinking that white people own America. They do not own America. Those people are afraid
Thanks,
of
CJ.
us. They are afraid of us. They are very afraid of us. They don't own nothing. They own Ellis Island. They own Ellis Island. They need to go back there too. We got smoke for all y'all. They don't white people do not own America, and I wish you guys would stop thinking that they own America. And with the end of my couple of seconds, so Remy, you was down there popping a lot of stuff in the comments. You were saying that white people made America great. They didn't. White people can barely read. That's our education system was dummied down because of them too, as well.
That's a fact.
You were also down there popping your gums talking about the fake American person. They need to fight for their land over here. Let's clear the air. It's a white man in office right now saying that we're the only Americans in America, and those fake Native Americans that's on those preserves, he done proved that they are not Americans. Y'all are so quick to talk about how the white people are the colonizer, but y'all running over here, and everybody want to say we're scared of the white people, but the white people is out here putting boots of BTA on y'all, and that white man, that very white man that's in office over here, he is ending y'all TPS status very soon. Y'all are too worried about fixated and worried on us and our lineage in America, to where y'all need to be packing y'all bags and figuring out how y'all gonna carry the things that y'all got over here brought with American money, American currency, back to Jamaica.
Remy, you could go ahead and respond, and then the panel is open. No monologuing for too long. And go ahead.
Okay, so I want to respond to Butterfly. The difference between Jamaicans and Black Americans, when we fight for our freedom, the white man had to leave out of Jamaica. You guys fought for your freedom, and you got to the white man let you live amongst them.
Let us is diabolical.
This is our country.
They'll let y'all live amongst
Let
them. You
us
got to
is
live amongst them.
diabolical.
Let us is diabolical. This is our country.
Because when we
Girl,
fought when the Caribbean fought for their freedom,
I gotta stop you because that is utterly disrespectful. You guys can't even go to your beaches. Y'all let the Chinaman slap y'all ass down in the street, Indian people are privatizing y'all's beaches, and you sitting up here talking about the white man left. So what about the Indian and the Asian and the Chinaman that y'all have over there? It's
They came
disrespectful.
to Jamaica as
We
enslaved.
literally fought over 200 wars in this country. The reason why you can be in America right now and walk around freely is because Black Americans physically was fighting white people. We just want peace. We are not colonizers like everybody else.
Can you explain to her why the YC people wanted a peace treaty with us? Because we was put in
Because we
BCA,
kept
right?
fighting them. You really think they
Then,
woke up one
They
they
day?
should have
wanted
been
a
out
peace
of
treaty with
America.
us.
Remember, this is
You really think they woke up one day and said, oh, let's leave the Black people alone? They started coming over here and spreading like cockroaches, the same as immigrants are doing today. So if there's strength in numbers, if there's a lot of people over here and everybody can agree, you stay over there on your side, I stay over here, then we'll move forward. Signing fake treaties, going back on their word, lying, scheming, conniving, being deceitful, and committing fraud, much like what a lot of immigrants are doing over here in this country right now, is exactly what they did. So it's just so utterly disrespectful that you guys always want so much grace, and y'all are fighting for reparations from the crown right now. Yet when it comes to us, we didn't get colonized. Things didn't happen over here.
Hey, I love
I
Jones.
want
I
to
didn't.
know really quickly, Professor Allen, really quickly. I'm not going to monologue. I want to know why all these people speak all this big talk, right? And to be very clear, they're over here talking about how their countries are so amazing, but they're not in their freaking countries.
Oh,
They're
she didn't
over
finish though.
here
Remy, she didn't finish,
talking
guys.
about how their countries are amazing while they're not even in their countries. One more time. They're over here in the United States of America, the only country that is named America in the northern part and the southern part of the whole continent of America. They come over here and they're always big up in their countries and they're never in their freaking country. I
Can
would
you?
love to understand why they're never there. And then they want to come over here in our country and tell us about how their country is so freaking amazing and you're not even in your country, especially Haiti. I cannot stand you guys.
Hey,
We're the
Jasmine, can
first
you tell them
people in
about
the
you
Caribbean
Hold on,
Nigerian
King.
countries.
Let
boyfriend?
her land. Let her land.
I'm gonna land in 30 seconds. Haiti, we're the first people, and I will give you your props for that, right? I will give you your props. We're the first people that were colonized, and we, like got our freedom. But how has that worked out for you? How has that worked out for you? And it's utterly
Yeah, tell them
disrespectful
about you
for you to come
Nigerian
over
Can you
boyfriend.
please
here.
stop interrupting? If I gotta tell you again, I'm gonna drop you. Let her land her plane, and then you'll get an opportunity to speak.
It's utterly disrespectful for them to come over here and speak that tether babble when they're not even over there. It would make more sense if they were there and we were like, dang, I want to go to Haiti. Dang, I want to go to Sudan right now. Dang, I want to go to South Africa and get knocked upside my head because I'm not a freaking Boer or what they call it, the Dutch people, whatever, that they big up.
Afrikaners.
Yeah, Afrikaners. That would make sense. I land there. It just gets me. I
Well,
land.
I wasn't gonna say this, but I had a this semester I had a Jamaican student, and she was I'm trying to think how I can say this. She needed some help on the final exam, and I walked her through it, and she was like, "We just moved from Jamaica, and I'm trying to adapt to America." And I didn't even realize she was Jamaican. I was like, "You're Jamaican? How long you been here?" 6 months. And I was like, "Oh, okay, now I can hear it a little bit." But she talked like a black American. And I said, "Why don't you have your accent?" And listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. She said in Jamaica right now, Gen Z, their parents are telling them to talk like us because it's more respected to talk like black Americans than to speak patois.
Mm.
You're looking at jealousy, is what you're looking at.
It's just ironic to me how people will literally puff up their chest and say, "Oh, well, white people are still here." But then when you ask, "Why don't you go home?" they cry about colonialism and how white people destabilize their countries. Like, if 1 + 1 equaled motherfucking 2, like something is not adding up. And let's be clear. We had already established cities, states, and communities before these motherfuckers started coming over here. There were already, I don't, we can't get into that because y'all are too sleep and y'all believe the indoctrinated version of history, and that's okay. But a lot of these states that you know of was already established. Some of the cities, the towns, the counties were literally named by us and for us. Y'all like to be funny and say Shaniqua, Shaniqua. That's a town in the United States of America
Period.
called Shaniqua. Like, this is literally indigenous names. Our surnames are ours. We didn't get it from slave masters. Everything you learned is in reverse. They came over here. They wore our clothes. They came onto our fucking plantations. We taught them how to farm. The reason why they were able to seemingly conquer, you're looking at a modern day depiction of it. We did not think that we were all just blatantly enemies. The same way immigrants come over here and they scamming the fucking government for billions of dollars. They come over here looking broke, busted, disgusted, and destitute. The Irish people were on a goddamn plantations because they had a potato famine. Everybody was plagued over there in Europe. They came over here looking broke, busted, disgusted, and destitute. They didn't come over here with a musket, with a firearm in their hand, like, oh, I'm about to get you for all you got. A lot of people were duped. Their things were stolen. They signed treaties. They thought that they were doing business. And ultimately, wars did start to break out. WAR started to break out. Children were captured and indoctrinated. Hello, children were sent to boarding schools. Hello, the same thing
Facts.
happened in Australia with the Aboriginals. They stole those kids and trained them up to be another generation of a docile minds. Hello, all of that inferiority and superiority is bullshit. Those people know that they're not inferior. I mean, it's superior to us. Hello, look at what's happening right now in New York City with Mayor Mamdani. He literally is assembling a task force of nothing but Muslim people. That is how it happened. They get you little by little. It's a domino effect. They don't just come and completely take over. They implant sleeper cells, so you don't know what the fuck is going on. You all infiltrated Black American community and pretended to be us. And then when we got you in positions of power, you said, bitch, I ain't you. You not getting reparations because my Jamaican fucking Panamanian ass can't get it. This is what's been happening. It's rinse and repeat. Now we're seeing it in modern times.
Preach.
Hello. Is anybody fucking home? Hello. And then you get in a space where you think you're comfortable and you think shit is sweet. And then these motherfuckers say, welcome to the show. And then you got to say, damn, we got to fight again. And it's like a video game. We keep going through layers and levels. So instead of asking, why are white people still here? You should be fucking saying, damn, how the fuck Black Americans survived all of that shit? They've been literally trying to unalive y'all. They did it the paper way. They putting chemicals in the goddamn food. They spraying the goddamn sun to block it out. We are the strongest motherfuckers on planet Earth. And instead of acknowledging that and giving us
That's
our
true.
props, you motherfuckers would rather hate and talk about some, what this. We made it. You were able to come over here because of Black Americans. I'm so tired of the blatant disrespect. And nobody, we don't even ask for y'all to even give us credit. We literally just keep saying, leave us the fuck alone and stop trying to steal our shit. And everybody crying all over the goddamn TikTok streets. People that feel that way could kiss my whole asshole. And I don't give a fuck. Let me let this next person. Hello, King Vincent. Can I have your ethnicity? I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on a prompt.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is King Vincent Panka, born in Suriname, South America, living in Europe near the capital of Nederland.
Okay, go ahead.
What you were saying, I totally agree with that. The people from, let's say, the Caribbean, those are my brothers and sisters, your brothers and sisters, depends on who of them, should start listening because we are at the edge where they are going to replace your people on the islands itself in South America itself. You know, the thing is that the people from the Caribbean, some of them are right now in the United States talking down on the brothers and sisters of the United States. You shouldn't be doing that because at this moment you're not on your soil. What you should do is spend your positive um, energy on your islands because what you have done is created a kumbaya with all of these foreigners on your island, like my people in Suriname itself. You're mixing yourself up, erasing yourself. And you should stop that. You should show them that they are on occupied soil. You have to tell those, how do you call them? Those Hindustani people. I have a lot of them in my country. I'm going to give you an example about that. One moment. The reason why I came up, Jasmine, I need to send you something. I want to ask you to study that for me because a woman is saying something and it's important. I think you want to study it also. So,
You know what?
can you
I will
please?
give. You know
Hold
what?
on,
This
Jasmine.
is
He's on a timer, baby girl. Let him
no.
go.
He asked. He said, "I know King." That's why he's mentioned me. I actually this is a good learning. This is a good learning moment, right? Because King is from Suriname. He's part of the CARICOM region or whatever. He's next to Guyana. And I know him from like a year ago because he was like, Jazz, you FBAs, we have the same thing going on in my country, right? King Vincent.
That's
Yeah, he's
true.
been on here before.
So I that's why he said my name. So I do appreciate some of the Caribbeans, right? That just big up their country. Not everybody's a freaking tether. Not everybody's a freaking tether. So
Let me add you a minute back. 'Cause
yeah,
I don't
he was
know.
trying to find some image that he wants to show.
Hold on.
But absolutely. I love that. Talk about how the same thing is going on in your country, and how we should be holding our ground because everybody else can sit there and be proud about where they're from and sit there and be like,
And
no,
can
you're
you
a
shut
tether.
up and let the man speak, please?
Who
Don't
the fuck
don't
are you
tell
Yes,
her to
yes,
talking
shut
to,
up.
please.
That's not
King?
nice. I already told her she knows he's on a timer. But don't say shut up. That's not nice.
King is going to find his freaking evidence, but King, you really want to go there with me? Not King Vincent, but you, your bitch ass. I'm gonna go on mute for a second because I would love to go in on you.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Y'all gotta
Yeah.
be. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Caribbean people in the United States, focus yourself on your island, please. Because what is happening over there is they are erasing you. The Chinese are erasing you, especially the Hindustani people are erasing you. Let me give you an example of my country. We found oil and gas. It's bigger than the one from Venezuela itself. We are the richest one over there. But what happened? We have Hindustani people over there that are saying, yeah, oil and gas belongs to the Hindustani community right now. It's crazy. These people are from Asia. And I see that also happening to the people in Jamaica, where you have everywhere where you have Hindustani people, they do this stuff, undermining our people, the indigenous people of the land itself. And you need to stop that. It doesn't matter if they are in your family, because some of you have them in your family. I have them also. But that doesn't mean that you have to be submissive in your being. You have to speak out the truth, even if it feels uncomfortable to your family members, because it's the truth, You're slowly erasing yourself. So focus on your land, clean it up. You need to clean it up. And only then we can work together.
Okay. Let's have Ray.
Hey, how you
Smoke
doing?
Ray. Let me give
Yeah,
you
hear me?
3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. So why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans'
Wait, you
nationality?
don't have an immigrant background, right?
No, it's me, Ray. Number
Oh,
four.
okay. Yep. Y'all be changing y'all profile pictures. I'll be confused. Go ahead.
About that. Yeah. The reason why these immigrants, whether they're Caribbean or African, come over here to question our ethnicity and that nationality. We always say like where we're from, like where your people from. They expect us to name like a freaking African tribe or whatever. But bro, you left your tribe to come over here, so I don't know why you have why the fuck you questioning our background. Like you left you abandoned your damn tribe, bro. Like come on, stop. So like well, for one reason, well, multiple reasons. This slogan that America is like the land of immigrants, they like this message, this idea that's been perpetuating for over 20, 30 years. Well, I would say like damn near 70 years that, this country was founded by immigrants. This is the land of immigrants. So they kind of expect us to trace our lineage, to freaking Africa. Well, no, like we've been here for a long time. And also, we're like a minority. Okay, all these immigrants come from nations and countries where the majority is black. Okay, if you go to Brazil, if an African or a booty scratching Nigerian goes to Brazil, you know what I'm saying, they won't question Afro Brazilians. Like, hey, where you're from? Can you trace your lineage to Africa? Afro Brazilians going to be like, man, this is my, they're not going to question that because the majority population in Brazil is black. Okay, like a white tea person, went to jail in Brazil for being racist towards a Afro Brazilian waiter at a freaking restaurant. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of like have control over it. But if we were like the majority in America, they won't question that. They will not question our ethnicity and stuff like that. So yeah, do white tea people solely own America? I will say this though, they do have a chokehold when it comes to politics and when it comes to our military. When it comes to our government and when it comes to our military, like they have a strong chokehold. But as far as like I would say economic power, like let's be real. Like if it wasn't for our GDP, they wouldn't, have I would say the dollar to invest in our military to fund their military and our education and stuff and things of that matter. But I'm sorry to say this, but they do have like a strong hold on our politics. Like you see what's happening with the Voters' Rights Act. Oh, I'm up. Oh, my bad.
No, you can land, but don't monologue for another 5 minutes. But go ahead and make your last point.
I want to make my last point, right? What's going on in Louisiana? They are basically rolling back the Voters' Rights Act. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you actually been paying attention with like they're actually losing certain seats in Louisiana. Like I heard like Gary Chambers, who was at this council meeting, and they're basically stripping these political seats that were rightfully given to Black Americans, and it's happening in other southern states. You know what I'm saying? Like they are really trying to um, erase history. Strip Black folks' rights of voting. So yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I say that white tea people they definitely do have like a chokehold when it comes to politics and stuff.
Okay, let's get to Amberella. Hey, boo, I see you come. You came back a couple times. You ready? You ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm at work. I got busy.
All right. Go ahead. Give you 3 minutes.
So why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? I think it's this very weird mix of one, the love of YT supremacy, but also like this inferiority and superiority complex all at the same time. It's really mind-boggling. A few years ago, I saw this documentary where they were. It was a schoolhouse in Nigeria. I think it was Nigeria or Ghana, but they were teaching them how to speak Americans, like so they can blend in better. And the teachers were like being so disrespectful and nasty to these children to get them to like learn how to assimilate. And it's crazy how some of them, and again, not all, but some be literally sleeping on a dirt floor on a grass mat and then come over here and then they act better than us while also trying to downplay who we are while also siphoning off of our culture. Because like the one person was, I can't remember who said it, but I think it was Professor Alon said something about the Jamaican student he had that he couldn't tell she was Jamaican because they were taught to speak that way. I've actually seen that as well in a documentary, but it was in Africa, it was in Nigeria. Um, Again, I can't remember if it was Nigeria or Ghana. It was so long ago. So I think it's that. It's also the jealousy of how we were able to pretty much fight our way and survive and stay joyful. And a lot of the places outside of America where it's highly melanated, they are still very conquered. I don't care if you say like the Afro Brazilians, Portuguese, Africans, Jamaicans, literally the Indians, Chinese, who else? Russian. Everybody is still taking their land and their resources and they have to pretty much still be, in a sense, subjugated, while we can walk amongst the people who tried to oppress and colonize us freely. And at this point, we still fight back. I don't know how many times I've seen a YT person get knocked out by a black person
Thank
because they said something
you.
crazy or sideways or out of fight. Actually, I've done it in middle school. I had a white girl call me the N-word. They had to lock me in a cage because I beat the brakes off that girl in shop class. So
Hello.
we are able to continually progress, even though they keep trying to put their foot on our neck. We keep cutting off toes. We ain't got the whole foot off yet, but we keep going despite it all, and we won't go back. And a lot of them are so delusionally wrapped up in YT supremacy because of the constant colonization on their continents and on their wherever they're located. They can't see the forest for the trees and understand that we're not the enemy. We're not the one who conquered and colonized. I don't know why they want to constantly put the blame on us as it's something we did, but it's not. Um, and the next question, are Black Americans American? Absolutely. So I can speak for myself. My mother's, I want to say great grandmother or great grandmother was indigenous, dark skinned, highly melanated. I want to say she was Cherokee. Blackfoot Native American. I've never really believed in the out of Africa theory, just because most of the places you look, even like Japan, how are the Aboriginals over there darker than me? If you
Hello.
look in Australia, if you look anywhere on the world, this whole place was one continent at one point in time. You
Thank
cannot tell me that
you.
if we were the first people on the planet in general, that we didn't migrate everywhere and we weren't the original people everywhere. And we also know the YT people's playbook. Every time they go anywhere to colonize, they violate the women and water down the genetics to get us to look more like them, so that they can say that we are not who we are
That's a
originally.
fact.
Who
Yep.
we are originally. So, and then they steal the language, and then of course, because the mothers are the first teachers, they're getting them to, cut off the language, cut off the culture, cut off the spirituality of us. So there's so many layers to it. But yes, we are definitely originally, we're American, and again, our ancestors' blood has been spilled across the soil, and we're going to keep fighting to continue to get the people who claim superiority, but they're actually genetic mutations and all have recessive genes. we gonna keep fighting against some people because they would not have to do, like, look at right now with the voting rights and all the things, all the rights that are appealed from us. They would not have to do that if they thought they actually stood up by chance against and game the system.
That part. You ate. Let's Omar. Hello, Omar.
What up,
I'm gonna
y'all?
give you 3 minutes to speak on the panel. Let me start your countdown. Go for it.
All right. Why do foreigners always challenge Black America's nationality and ancestry? The reason being is based on insecurity. Basically, when you're insecure, that means you're not secure in your position. When you look at what we've done historically, we know that we move the world. We're the trendsetters of the world. And based on this, you got to mute up, Amber.
Oh, she probably don't know how.
Yeah. So
I got it. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So when you look at what we've done historically, it benefits them to latch on to our accomplishments. Because as a man, right? I'm just speaking as a man, right? Because I'm a man, I'm not a woman, right? So as a man, when you are self-sufficient, when you know your power as a man, if a man doesn't want to be around you, or people don't want to be around you, you're gonna be like, man, I'm good over here. I don't need you. Even if I feel like you from this side, but you don't want to claim this side. I'm so great. I'm so phenomenal at what I do. You missing out. And I think because our brothers and sisters in Africa haven't really tapped into their power, and they're kind of looking to us as like big brother, big sister over here in America, that they are so busy trying to fight us instead of fighting to make themselves great like we did throughout time. We are I feel, based on the research that I've done, that America is a motherland, that we are the mothers and fathers of civilization. And I have my reasons why I say that. Um, And so when you look at the next part of the prompt, do white people solely own America? No, because we know that we're foundational, we're instrumental in the development of this country. And we know that that's why they use our people to get things moving in society. Now, I wanted to address some of the things that I heard so far on the panel. Brother, you erroneously said that they're trying to that the Supreme Court has removed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's not true. Our Democrat brothers and sisters got to stop pushing the narrative, like manipulating things. I don't think his intent was to manipulate, but some of the political leaders on that side have manipulated certain things about the 14th Amendment. When you actually read the court case, Trump isn't trying to petition the high court to remove the 14th Amendment. It's just about getting clarity. When it came to the voting bill, just because you're black, you can't have double the voting power. So the court did actually rule properly, because when you look at legality, you have to take the emotion out of it. I know our people may not like that, but that's why we had a separation of powers for a reason: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. So, in closing, we are the original people. America's the motherland. I can substantiate that if those, want to smoke. But our immigrant people, you got to do your genealogy and find out who your people are and stop arguing with us, because some of y'all don't even know the name of your great-great-grandmother. So I'm going to land with that.
Someone in the comment, Lilo, you need to come on the panel. Like, you keep talking shit from the sidelines in the chat, talking about, oh, you need to unite and black people. Why are y'all always pushing unity in America, but you all have borders in Africa? You should be able to roam freely throughout that whole entire continent because it is predominantly you. You all have over 200 tribes in some of your countries. You all don't even like each other over there. We've already talked about South Africans kicking out the goddamn Nigerians and Ghanaians. The Ghanaians is kicking out the Nigerians. Nigerians is banned all over the goddamn place. So you always love to preach that unity stuff to us, but you do not practice what you preach at all. Y'all are not united. On the Caribbean islands as well. They all kicking each other out of their islands. So stop it. It's some BS. Only when it comes to black Americans, y'all want unity so bad. But y'all do not preach that amongst yourselves. And then you also said, oh, why y'all not fighting to be president? At the end of the day, we were literally, all of us were in Congress. All of this was happening in the 1800s. We keep telling y'all that this shit was by design. We were duped. Okay, we were tricked out of our spots. It's unfortunate that our ancestors, they unknowingly allowed it to happen, because we are beautifully intelligent, nurturing, kind, empathetic people. We vibrate with the earth. We do not have evil intentions like everybody else, so we didn't meet them with the same type of energy. Present day, we also were duped to not think that we needed to be in those positions. We just wanted to be left the fuck alone and to survive and to raise our family and to be able to thrive in a system that was set up intentionally to hold us back. We've been literally fighting to fucking just have a grasp of air. And now we're in a space where we're even comfortable to be law enforcement. We even used to talk against that. You all don't know us. So shut the fuck up. Y'all don't know all that we've gone through in this country. Y'all just want to keep harping on slavery. Bitch, way more tragic things happen after that and continue to happen to this day. It's not as bad because we do fight physically and we have been fighting politically, but not as hard because we that system has not been a system that was set up for us to even think, okay, we need to infiltrate this. That wasn't how it worked. We was just like, all right, we're tired. We want to be left alone. Whoever seemingly seems like they could, do the best for our community, then so be it. And now it's to a point where we would have to do undo a lot of things. We need to get off the Democratic plantation. We would need to establish our own parties. There's a lot of things that need to be done for us to infiltrate politics in the way that we need to. But I personally feel like we don't even need to play this fucking game with them anymore. It doesn't benefit us. It doesn't matter which side you're on. You get a little trickle, a little trinket here or there, but as a whole, we've never benefited from whatever the fuck system of politics they created. It does not work for us. We need our own shit, period. So to keep saying, oh, why are you guys not thriving in a system that white people built for white people? That sounds fucking stupid. Like, really listen to yourselves. Why are you guys not fighting to be in a system that white people created to uphold the patriarchy and white supremacy? Like, what the fuck? It's literally created from its inception, once we was displaced from it, to be against us. But yet y'all will cry, and I have to keep saying this because it's like cognitive dissonance. Y'all will cry about the colonizers that took over your country, that's stealing all of your resources. And your whole country is you, predominantly you, run by people that look just like you. Oh, but they're bringing in firearms. They're giving the weaponry to the terrorists. Who are the terrorists? Well, the terrorist is my brother, my cousin, but still, it's America. And we are right here in the belly of the goddamn beast. And y'all sitting up here acting like this is not what's happening. Why is it that when it comes to us, no all understanding of logic goes out the fucking window? But when it comes to you all on your countries, on your islands, they ain't not even there right next to you every single day the way we gotta fucking live amongst these people. Yet you're still having a hard time thriving. So, like, come on.
I have a question.
Can I say something to agree with what just Love Jones just said? As far as the Sahel countries and those 10 countries besides Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, those are Africans. So every time I read the news, and again, a month after March 25th, 2026, after Ghana signed that European Union military agreement, a month after April 25th, 4,000 T's walked into Mali and took over and they unalived their minister of defense. So those, by the way, you could go read the articles. Hundreds of Ghanaians crossed the border to fight alongside with those T groups. And then look at the comments of this foundational Black Akata.
I'm blocking him. He getting blocked.
That is an example of a disrespect that we get, Remy. That's an example of the disrespect that we get. He's calling Professor Alan a liar because of his personal story. But if Professor Alan had a Nigerian accent, he would believe everything he said. If I had a Ghanaian accent, when I talked about how horrific it was living in Ghana for 2 years, they would not bully me. They would believe me. And your accent, you could go back to Jamaica anytime, and your accent will not get you respect. So please, when you say this black thing, Noti Muthi, I'm gonna start calling out government names. His grandmother will not let him stay with her in the village in Meru because she said that they will break into her home. He has to rent a hotel. He can't stay with her because he left Kenya when he was 14 and he still has that thick accent because he speaks Kimaru, Kiswahili, and English. But still, he said when he goes back to Kenya, he is targeted for robbery. So don't say that we're all black. Don't say that we're all the same. Do you understand that guy that lives in Britain was making the most white supremacist comments, right? And he lives in Britain, sweetheart. What gets worse than that? Beans and toast and white supremacy of the colonizers. You know they colonized almost every country on earth except for 20. And he talking to white supremacy comments in the comment section. Come on, Remy. Don't act like you don't see it.
Go ahead, Remy. You can respond, and then we're gonna let flight crew go.
I was gonna ask a question based on your statement, Love. Do you really believe that if white people were not in America, and it was just only Black Americans, do you believe that America would have been a first world country?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, comparing to all the other countries that white has invaded and then they all left, and then the country just turned to shit, basically.
Absolutely, I
But
believe
why
so.
not? We was not.
Believe
But
that America would have
yes,
been
sweetheart.
so
Why?
different from
You
all
think
those
that we
other
were?
countries
Do you think we
that
behave like Africans, ma'am? Do you think that we behave like Africans, ma'am?
Jamaicans
If
don't
they would have
behave like
let,
Africans. We
we
don't
already
behave
had a
like Africans.
foundation. Are you understanding? Can you hear? We already had a foundation here. We had buildings here. We had structure here. Do you
Exactly.
understand what I'm saying? They came in and it was so easy, especially in Ghana right now with 15, conflicts. This is why it's so easy now for them to come in and sign all types of agreements. That president, John Mahama, he does not even have a minister of defense after that helicopter went down in Ghana. He's scared to replace them because they want to know. He's waiting for the European Union to tell him who to put in. No, we don't need that, man.
Wow.
We don't need a tribe. We don't need a clan. Do you know that the Ashantis sit there and there was I think he's still alive, the president that's in the wheelchair. I can't remember his name. He didn't like him. He didn't like him, and he said, "I'm your president." We don't need an
Thanks,
installed
Sean.
person to tell us how to think. Do you know they have Heenans here? I don't know if you know what Heenan means. That's a ending that you give to a paramount chief. Heenan. They have a Brooklyn Heenan. They have their stools here. They have their stools in London. You need a brain to think for you. You need a leader, just like that foundational Black Akata thinks that does it say FBA on this panel? No, it don't. But anyway, he says, "Oh, FBA got a leader." We don't need a leader. He's an African gentleman because he's used to his chief, his paramount chief, his installed person. We don't need somebody to think with. We had development here. Okay. Go watch they're very interesting. I watched several of them. They're very disgusting though. The Civil War in Liberia. Listen to James Taylor when he went over there. James Taylor was I admit it, he was very cocky, but listen to how he spoke. Listen to his intelligence. He said, "We're not like them. I don't want to look like this. I don't want to act like this. This country needs to be developed." And he was going against them. Do you think that we were sitting there rooting around? We're going to be unaliving our children from money rituals. We didn't do that back then. We didn't do that 400 years ago. We didn't do that. We don't have a history of that. When you have people that are forced to get along and be together and work it out, do you think we had tribal disputes on plantations or even when we
Hell
were
no.
farming our own family fields? Do you think we had said, "Oh, let me go unalive the little baby over there because I want some money"? No.
But I
So
mean,
you think we had a
Wait,
foundation of
hold
that?
on, Lacey. Hold on. I need to say something right quick. The people, you guys don't know us. Do you know majority of the inventions that you use that Black Americans invented were done in isolation? We were not amongst white people when we invented toilet bowls. We were
Facts.
not amongst white people when we invented things that you could clean your house with, when we invented the furnace, when we invented the ice box, when we invented the fucking the ice cream and ice cream scoopers and the foods and all of the shit, the doorknob to open your door and go in and
The
out.
gas
We were
mask.
not the gas. We were not living amongst white people. They didn't fucking teach us. We were not being trained in their institutions. They came into our spaces to see what the fuck we were doing and what they could steal. We were not in schools with white people learning shit from them. This goes over everybody's head. We literally were on our own in isolation when we created and innovated some of the most brilliant shit that you fucking see around your house and glow and around the world that you wouldn't even know that we created or heavily innovated or contributed to. We were not amongst them. When we got amongst them and integrated fully with them is when we started to be fucking dumbed down and docile, and they started pumping all types of substances in our community and feeding us fucking Popeyes. We literally did not need these people for shit. They needed us. They needed us.
Love
Professor.
Jones, they're still doing it right now. Nobody talks about it. They use black grad students to write their master's thesis and their PhD dissertation, but it's mostly masters in engineering. And once you write the thesis, it becomes property of the college, and they innovate it and then put a patent on it. University of Memphis does it. Yeah, they're still doing it.
Professor, I probably you have some knowledge in this. I was reading something where um, it's a country in Africa. They have this whole system on how to, go to the bathroom and do their thing. And then in England, they have this wall where, the white people, they used to pool and throw their pool on the wall. I don't know if you know about that. Do you have any knowledge of that?
See,
And
that's
when
where
they
it
went
gets.
to Africa, they realized like, oh my God, they have this thing where they can go in, like they
No,
build their
no,
shed from like
that
sticks and straws, and
that
they
was the Moors, and the Moors are not necessarily Africans. We're kind of not clear on who that group of people were. So you can't give that to Africa. And a lot of those
it was in
design,
Africa though. I remember
a
clearly it
lot
was
of
in
those a
Africa.
lot of those designs and canals and aqueducts and stuff, that's Egyptian technology. And the Egyptians are more, we being black Americans, um what am I trying to say? West Africans are not Egyptian. The people in Egypt right now are not Egyptian. They're Arab. The Sudanese are not Egyptian. And Egyptian wasn't a word. It was Kemetic. There's been research done to show that for whatever reason, I don't know why, that Black Americans are related to Ramesses II. So, and if you look at the phenotype of the Egyptians, as Dr. Jacob Carruthers at University of Chicago pointed out, the Egyptians were phenotypically closer to Black Americans than us. What am I saying? You're trying to give credit to Africans that don't even have a written language. Y'all don't even have a, in
Neither do
2026, y'all do not have an alphabet. Africans do not have an alphabet.
You know, it's interesting though.
Uh,
That goes back to my theory as far as us, you know, as a people being the mothers and fathers of civilization. Because like when you look at Black Wall Street, Harlem, Sweet Auburn, etc., etc. Like I can't think of any affluent Black community in Africa, even though they're the majority in many of their countries, and so that's a problem for me. If you're saying that we came from those people, then we should see that same ingenuity amongst those people.
Hello. They
When it
should be
comes to
further.
yeah, they should be further. They should be more like when it comes to athletics. I've seen brothers, you know, from Africa come and try to compete in professional boxing. We dominate in boxing, the Olympics. When it comes to technology, music, the influence, the musical genres, like we've done it all, and so we, you know, it's clear that we're different. We're different people, and with all of the resources that are used for the modern world, with all of the people that are populating the countries in Africa that are similar in phenotype, you guys aren't really doing what we've done with the bare minimum. And so I have to push back of the white tea teaching that life started in Africa. I think it was the other way around. Like when you bring up, even when you bring up Kemet, archaeologists found cocaine and
Ooh,
tobacco,
don't say
and
that word. Don't just say something else because I don't want to get a restriction.
yeah, so they found basically American
Substances,
schmucks.
white stuff.
Yeah, so they found American indigenous crops
powder.
in the sarcophagus of the tombs, which is interesting.
Yeah, we're missing
So,
we're missing a whole chunk out of history. I think it's
I,
hidden from us.
I think
hmm
she's Remy. Are you talking about the latrines where they dig 40 feet and then they put the hole in it and they squat in the latrine? Are you talking about that?
No, they had like a whole.
Oh, you're talking about
They
that
made it.
cartoon
Yeah,
drawing from Ghana where they said they had pipes and bathrooms and toilets.
they made like straws
Don't
with
have them
sticks and
now.
stuff. They made like a whole.
That's
They
okay. So Remy, that
they
sounds
went
like
inside, and the whites from
Sounds like an
England came to
outhouse.
Africa,
she's talking
and
about an
they
outhouse that my
Yeah, like an
husband had in his
outhouse.
village. It's a hole in the ground, and then they do put wood over it. He can sit down. She's talking about an outhouse, but you're talking about throwing feces against a wall. You're talking about the Black Plague. You
no,
know, there's
that's
a
in
saying.
England.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
yes, the Black Plague. It lasted for 3 years because they didn't bathe, and then they were
Hmm.
throwing their feces not against the wall, outside. And so
Outside.
that's where the saying comes from. You don't have a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out of, is because they were urinating in pots and throwing out the window. That's where that saying comes from, sweetheart. But
Yeah.
no, I don't know if you're talking. It sounds like you're talking about pit latrines. That's something that's just rudimentary that is in the back of the boy's house because he lived a traditional African upbringing. After he was circumcised, he could not put his feet up or lay his head down in his parents' home. So they have a boy's house and then they have an outhouse. Somebody said in the comments that it was the Ashanti in Ghana. If it was the Ashanti that had such great plumbing, when I lived in Ghana and I left in 2022, why didn't they have great plumbing in 2022? Why
They
didn't
didn't
they
have it
have
in 2023 when I was there.
exactly? And when I looked for a place in 2020, when I got there in October, you had to find a place that was self-contained or not self-contained, meaning that they had the toilets outside and the whole community shared it. You don't have it in your house. You don't even have plumbing in your house. Most of the people that lived around me in East Lagoon did not have plumbing within their house. So if
Okay.
they had that
Hold
back
on,
then,
Lynn Lacey. We got a new
yeah.
person on the
Oh,
on
I'm
the
sorry, but
panel.
if they had that back then, they would have it now.
Okay, flight crew.
Flight
Can I
crew
have your
Diego.
ethnicity? And I'm
Flight
gonna give you
crew
3 minutes to
Diego.
speak.
Mic check. Can everybody hear me?
You sound a little muffled, but we can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me I don't want to be muffled. What about now?
Yeah, that's better. Which can we have your ethnicity? And I'll give you 3 minutes.
I'm Asiatic. My nationality is Moorish American.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead.
let's stick to the topic. Why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Well, I believe they challenge it so handsomely because being black is not a nationality. Being an African American is not a nationality. Um, if we go back early to the early 1400s when they start playing with our nationality, because we've been black, colored, Negro, African American, they've even given us a hairstyle and a continent because remember, we were Afro American at one time. We've even been minority. We've been slave. I mean, this is on our birth certificates. Our great grandmothers, our great great grandmothers, we have been everything but what we truly are. Now, I say that and I look on the United Nations website, which is what recognizes nations. It recognizes nations, and I'm looking and I don't see a black flag. I don't see an African American flag. I don't see an indigenous flag. I don't see an aboriginal or I don't see any of that that all of our people are clinging to, which doesn't show our true nationality. And I'm only saying that because this is something that I'm being taught and study at the moment because I've been questioning, well, what is my nationality if the Turks, if the Italians, if the Greeks, if the Chinese, if the Japanese, if the Arabians are all forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, I'm just looking like, well, what is mine? Because a Mexican has been a Mexican since the 1400s. A Turk, a Japanese, all of those nations that I just listed everybody has been at but me.
So you wouldn't consider yourself an American?
I'm an American. I'm a Moorish American. I'm learning that I'm a descendant of
Okay.
Moroccans who were
Well, I
born
just looked
in
at. That's what I was gonna
America.
say. The Moorish flag is a
The
national flag of
Moroccan,
Morocco. So
exactly. So that's our flag, and the Prophet Drew Ali is teaching me that. He's teaching me
we gotta.
how and why he put us back in the constitutional fold of things when they wrote us out of it in the 1700s because they
Hey,
did that. They did that.
hey,
They
I got a
wrote us
question
out
for
of
you,
it.
good
Wait,
brother.
hold on. Let. He still got a little bit of time, but go ahead.
And I again, there are so many nationality acts that happen, and they're happening now. Trump is showing us with this birthright citizenship that, hey, man, if you really, truly, honestly know who you are, and if you stop clinging to gods that you know nothing of, because I was hearing all of the topics and all of the everybody was saying a lot of stuff, and I wanted to touch on the schools because the Rosenwald schools matter. How we got schools in America, all of those things, it matters. But our citizenship and our nationality, we have to understand that we don't truly. There's a difference between divine rights and civil rights, and there's a reason why. There's a
Well,
reason
I have a
why.
quick
The
question.
hold on. Please, please, please put a
Is
note in
Yeah,
it.
you
Asiatic
gotta hurry. You gotta land. Your time has been up. I was
No,
just
go ahead,
letting
go
you.
ahead, go ahead,
You
go
know,
ahead,
hey,
go
but
ahead.
Professor, I wanted to.
is Asiatic a
My
nationality?
race, it's my race, it's our
And
race.
where does that come from, sir?
If Adam and Eve went into Asia Minor and Asia Major,
Hold
which
on.
is
The
modern
Bible
day
is not
Turkey,
history.
I'm
It's not
answering you.
history. You can't use the
I'm
Bible as a
answering you.
historical document.
I'm
It's a
not
book of
using
myth.
Bible in historical documents. I mean Bible documents. How can I not back up my what I'm
So
saying
you
with
basically
history?
this. You're coming from a religious aspect.
I'm coming from a historical aspect.
Well, the Bible's not a book of history. I didn't want the room to get
I'm not coming from the
confused.
Bible. You're assuming that I'm coming from
You
the
said
Bible
Adam and Eve,
or
sir. What book do you think they came from?
Adam and Eve don't only
Sir,
come
are
out
you
of the
aware that
Bible.
Adam and Eve are
Adam
come
and
from
Eve,
biblical texts?
The Council of Nicaea isn't the beginning. The Council of Nicaea isn't the beginning of
Dude, you're
religion.
babbling.
No, but let
I'm
me ask him
not.
this. But hold on, brother. Hold on, slow
You
down, brother.
said
Slow down.
Asiatic, and I'm supporting I'm
You
supporting it.
are
The
plebiscite
Bible
babbling. I
the
can see
Bible
the
is
red
not
bucket on your head as you talk.
the
And now,
Bible
hey,
is
now,
not the
friend, don't do
only the
that.
Bible is not the only anything that talks about Adam and Eve. You do
Flight,
know this, right?
flight. Slow down. Let me, because I've had quite a few debates with Moors, right? So let me ask you
We're
this:
all
Why?
Moors, though,
No,
but
no,
we're
no,
all
no, no,
Moors
no, no. Trust, listen to me, brother. We didn't went through treaties. I didn't have debates. You
But this
know, I
isn't a sovereign thing. This isn't a
listen,
sovereign thing.
listen, brother. Listen, you got to slow down. I've had multiple debates with Moors. We went through treaties, and it's a lot of flaws in their position. Right? I'm not trying to disrespect you, right? Let's start with the beginning. Why do you call yourself a Moorish American?
Because I'm a descendant of Moroccans born in America.
Okay,
Oh Lord.
and how do you know you're descendants of Moroccans?
Because of the modern name of Moroccans being Moabites being Moroccans, and the connection from Ham and Cush and the Egypt, the capital dominion of Africa. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about Egypt, the capital dominion with Ham and Cush, and when all of that with the ancient Canaanites and the Moabites, and who are the founders of the holy city of Mecca, and the Egyptians who are the Hamatites in
Host, when he's
direct
done, I
descendants.
want to
Can
clear up
I
some
want to ask him a
confusion.
question, and I'm gonna
No, hold
mute
on. We're
y'all
gonna
after
slow
Wait,
he
down.
one
finishes.
mic,
Why is
one
there?
mic,
But see,
guys, one
why is
mic.
there
Just
so
slow
much
up.
You sound
interruption
so
when we're
muffled. It's
having
hard.
a
It's hard to hear you. A flight
So,
sound very
flight.
muffled.
So you answered my question. So let me ask you this: Where in your family records can you trace your lineage back to Morocco?
Morocco?
Hmm.
Yes.
Where? What documents are you using?
Hold on, let me put my headphones in
We
so
can't
nobody
hear.
can hear.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can't
let
hear
me put my
you.
headphones in. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to put my headphones in.
Wait,
Yeah,
what? What didn't Butterfly say she wanted to ask something? I don't
yeah,
know.
because
Let me see.
once we go into that treaty, it's going to expose some things. But because some Moors, see, you got this. This is the thing you have to understand. You got some Moors. You got like, see, the Moor Science Temple don't recognize other temples. When I had my debate, you had so many temples fighting amongst each other. A lot of temples they
Because there's an
consider.
original grand body. Because there's an original grand body,
I
and then you
know.
have these offshoots, and
Oh
and and
Lord.
and and there's a reason why there
Here
are
we go.
offshoots. I mean, brother, I'm not. I mean, if we're
Just
gonna
answer that
have a
quick question, brother.
discussion,
How did you
can we
find? How
have
did
a
you trace your?
discussion?
Yeah. So how did you trace your lineage to
Because
Morocco?
we're steady getting off the nationality and why people are able to challenge it when black, colored, Negro, and African American is not a nationality.
Nah, but no. My nationality is American. No other group says that they're
Exactly, it's
But
Nigerian,
American.
where did
Egyptian,
you proclaim that? But where did you proclaim
Senegalese.
that?
Wait, I can't hear y'all. Both talking at the same
When
time.
we come into America, we have to proclaim our nationality. Everybody has to do
And
this.
our
When did you?
nationality is American. Everything
But
else is just a
that's what I'm
precursor
saying. That
or
how
add-on or descriptor or an ethnic descriptor. It is not our nationality. We know that we are full-on American. Anything else that you want to attach to that, that's absolutely, you're right. You're well within your rights to think you're Moroccan. Nobody is challenging you on that.
nobody's thinking that anything. What I'm saying is our nationality and
You
citizenship
can't keep
is
saying
deeper than American. And
Oh my
there's
our,
a
God.
though.
Hey,
man.
Love Jones, I got something really important to say before somebody really starts
Go
listening to
ahead,
this stuff.
Professor R.
Room chat. Before you start listening to these people who call themselves Moors, look up the Sundry Act. I forget the year seven. Look up. It's spelled Sundry. I put it in the chat. The
Man, go
Sundry
further
Act.
than that. Go
Wait,
further than
hold
that.
Can you
on.
be
Let him
quiet,
go ahead.
sir? How long were you in jail?
Oh,
Um,
I've been in
the
jail,
the
brother. I'm
oh,
not
the
a felon. I'm not a felon or a
the
misdemeanor.
Sundry Act, where the Moors they petitioned the government to make it clear so they don't get treated like black people. They whoever the hell they are, they made it real clear that they did not want to be classified as Negro, and like basically said we're not them. So I don't know why people come in here with this Moor like we need to call ourselves Moors because whoever the Moors were, they made it damn well clear that they didn't want to get treated like a black Negro. So I don't know why I have to hear this.
and at the end of the day, someone is in the comments. Lilo, I'm sure he's an African. I don't know which country he's from. Um, him and Remy are laughing, saying, "Oh, confused people." We are literally, there's over 50 million of us in this country. We do not all have the same genealogy. We do not, I don't know why y'all have this misconception that every single Black American has the exact same genetic makeup. We don't have the exact same ancestors. My grandmother is not Professor Alon's grandmother. My great grandmother is not Omar. Omar, you got a mute, baby boy, baby. My great grandmother is not the same as Omar's great grandmother. My father is not the same. He does not have the same background as Lacey. So you guys are very ignorant when it comes to that. The same way people could have different religions, y'all could have 5,000 tribes in one country and everybody speaking differently. You all have different ceremonies. You all practice different rituals for different things. Black Americans are not a monolith. Yes, we can very much so be every fucking thing under the sun and still have a common thread, which is the fact that we don't have an immigrant background like you all do. That is the distinction. We do not have an immigrant background. Some of us are Catholic, some of us are Christian. Even within the Christian faith, there are people that are Baptists. There are people that are Seventh-day Evangelists. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but y'all picking up what I'm putting down. Some people are Buddhists. Some people are a hoodoo practitioner. Some people call themselves a witch. Some people say they practice Wiccan. Some people say that they are a small hat person. Some people say that they are an Israelite. Some people say that they are more. At the end of the day, we are not a fucking monolith. So do not ever think that that is grounds for, oh, these people are lost. They don't know who they are. Bitch, there's more than 50 million of us here. We are different. We have not all graduated from the same schools. We're culturally different coast to coast. A West Coast person has a different vernacular than somebody from New York City. A person in Kentucky is a little different from somebody in Florida. So y'all are very ignorant thinking that we are all exactly the same and that we all see ourselves exactly the same. And that has always been an issue with us and foreigners, is that y'all keep trying to place us all in the same box. We don't all listen to the same type of music. We absolutely have common threads and commonalities though. And we're not as tribalistic to whereas we're going to be G-siding each other the way that y'all do. We don't really get down like that. But we're not all the same. So do not use this as an opportunity to try to take a dig and say, look, they don't know who they are. No, we are individuals like
Yeah.
everybody else.
Hi, host. I agree
Can I
with you
have your
100%.
ethnicity? Why does everybody sound like they under the sea with the Little Mermaid? I can't. You sound so muffled.
I sound like I'm under the sea.
Yes.
Man, I don't know what that is.
Man, that's that Bush Meat Network, man. Obama farm. I got chill.
Why do y'all? I'm a Black American. Why do y'all just?
We can't hear you. Is it headphones?
Yes, my headphones, but that's the only way I'm able to talk.
All right, just go ahead. Let me try to make out what you're saying.
I'm just saying, why do these dudes just assume that people is African just off the rip? Like, they gotta stop saying. Y'all gotta stop that shit. That shit's ridiculous. Y'all just start calling people bushmeat and all this. Don't throw that on me. You know. But I was just saying, I agree with you as the host completely. But the only reason I came up here is because that guy that just got off the guy that was talking about being a Moor, he had a difference of opinion from the gentleman that's up here by the name of Professional. All I can see is PROF, Professional, whatever it is. He had a difference of opinion and a difference of belief. But why, as Black people, do we have to attack this individual?
Oh no,
You
I'm
know what
not
I
gonna
mean?
let you
Sir,
use that inflammatory language. No one attacked him. We're all
No,
grown.
you didn't attack him as a
They
host.
didn't attack him
That
either. They were
gentleman
talking
did.
and asking
if
questions.
if I
You
if I
made
may
clarity of the
if I
situation,
may, Love
but
Jones.
he didn't.
Hold on,
He
sir. You
talked down
sir,
to
you
him
were
because he
talking
had a
about
difference of.
me, and sir, you're talking about me, and be careful with the verbiage you say. I'm not going to accuse you of being oppish, but when you use words like that, that triggers the algorithm. I did not come at him pejoratively. I went at his ideas, which were false. I came at his ideas.
But the same way you believe what you believe, he can believe what he believes. That's why I feel like the host
Sir,
keeps summing that up.
are you
But I'm
comprehending
saying,
the issue? When somebody says something false, I'm going to debunk it. That's my
but
job.
who are you to tell that person that they're false and
Who are
or
you
vice
to
versa?
defend him? Are you a Moor or something, sir?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm
You
trying to
know,
say. I'm
wait,
not.
hold on. Let me. At the end of the day, that guy kept saying we. He came up here and told us that we were Moors and we didn't know who we were. How is that okay? And when someone comes in defense of that,
No,
then it's an issue. If you listen to what he was saying, he literally continuously was saying, we are Moors. We are this. We are that. And that's why I'm like, no,
Yeah,
you can
brother.
be whatever it is that you want to be.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
could
He
be a
did
cat or
that.
a dog. We're in America. I could get up here and say, I'm a fucking man, even though I got mammary glands and ovaries.
Yeah, he
And
basically
you can't
said,
challenge that. You could be whoever you want. But the two guys that was saying something was basically saying you can't say we're all one and the same. But go ahead.
yeah, that's what. Yeah, he was basically saying you got to proclaim your nationality and all this. I didn't heard all of that, and that's why
Yeah,
once you get into
yeah,
the treaties and once you start to break it down, you'll start to see the fault in the more science temple doctrine. This is why they're considered to be they're on the terrorist organization list.
yeah.
So it's not.
Irregardless over real, I don't see your breast, whatever your name is. Real ellipsis. Irregardless of what you think, I went at his premise because it was false, sir. His premise was using the Holy Bible as a historical document, which it is not. There may be some historical truth in the Bible. I'm not going against that, but he used it as a historical document to support his argument. And in Logic 101, that's a fallacy. You can't do that. So I
no,
made it out that he's
I
wrong.
understand that completely. I agree. I understand that completely. I just feel like the way us as Black Americans, right? I feel like the same way these Africans and Caribbeans, they be on these platforms and they attack us and they tell us we don't know who we are and we ain't this. It's like we're doing that to our own people as well. But I understand you trying to correct them in real time and based off of the knowledge that you have. But I feel like us doing that to each other does not benefit us. Is what I'm trying to say. Is when we have conversations like that and we're belittling each other
Do
in a
you
Wait a minute,
think it?
he's speaking in we and us again. Can you please
He doing it
correct him,
just like
Professor?
him, right?
Thank you, Professor. Please correct him. It ain't no we in
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
This
I
ain't
don't
French.
know. I don't know who you are, sir. Furthermore, my question to you, real vi ellipsis,
y'all so
my
divisive. I'm a
question,
Black
sir. My
American.
question to you
I'm
is
not trying to get into no
no,
specifics.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
just
See, you're being emotional. I'm not angry at you at all. I have a genuine question. I just talk like this because I'm very serious about what comes out my mouth. My question to you is: you do you think it benefits Black Americans to go along and support something that's not true, or do you think false things need to be corrected on the spot?
at, when you say Black Americans, you're using we in a different context as well. You're saying
I'm
we because
using it because
there's Black
you know what in
Americans that
kind means.
agree with him. There's
I'm
Black
using it
Americans that
because you
agree with
used
him,
it.
and
That's the
there's
only
Black
reason.
Americans that's going to agree with your point and your plight. Black Americans, just like she said, there's 50 million of us. We all
He
have
just
different
want you're
beliefs.
contrary. You just want to argue, but for the sake of
No,
argument,
nobody wants to argue, but
hold
we
on.
all
Let me
have
help
different
you out. Let me
beliefs.
help you out.
You just use we in a different context.
Do you think that human beings benefit from learning something that's false, or do you think we benefit from learning something that's true?
But who? This
He
is a.
can't argue.
Do
You
you
have no
not
argument.
understand that
No,
you
no,
have
hey,
the right
He
to
Rev.
don't have an
believe what you
argument. He
believe
came
is
up here to be
true?
contrary.
No,
So,
you have the right to believe what you believe is true, just like the next person does as well.
but Rev, the
You get what
problem
I'm
is that
saying?
brother. Now I get
You're
what you
not
try.
saying
Let me
anything,
say this.
sir.
Hold on. I get what you're trying to say, brother. But what you don't realize, you have some people who are walking around believing that they're actual dogs, and although we know that they're human beings and they're different than dogs, a belief is one thing, but the fact is something different. You see what I'm saying? So the brother could believe what he want to believe, but you got to show that self-approval. If you're gonna use the Bible, then you got to stand on the Bible. The scriptures say you got to show that self-approval, right? You got to test the water. So if he's coming and saying that y'all are this and y'all are that, and we're trying to challenge what he's saying, and I've already challenged more that brought that same doctrine and it's trash, he has to be able to stand on that. You can't just come read a few books, read the Circle Seven Quran. You read, you didn't study Noble Drew Ali. You never met Noble Drew Ali, and then you come and trying to teach somebody, bro. Like, you got people that's been doing this for a long time. I done been around. I'm not new to this, bro. So what I'm saying, I didn't heard that. That's why I said, I'm trying to slow walk it. We can get into the treaty. I can show the hypocrisy just by reading the treaty, and it's like, yeah, bro, you'll see that that's not beneficial for our people to be Moorish American. It's not. That's why they're a terrorist organization. So that's why the main temple out of Chicago, they differentiate themselves and say that they're just a non-profit. They ain't got nothing to do with the clandestine or the esoteric temples, and that's why so much division. It's a lot of the brothers running scams in our community, trying to teach people how to do this and that, talking about some status correction. They what I'm saying, scamming our people. It's just a lot with the Moorish Science Temple. It's not
Well,
beneficial for.
I've over the years, I've gotten really good at trying to figure out people's intention. And Mr. Real VI Ellipsis, it is my opinion, based upon evidence, that his intention is to come up here and be contrary, just to be contrary for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't care. But he doesn't have an argument. He just wants to be contrary.
You just want to be problematic and talk down to people. So it's like I respect what the gentleman above said, but I mean I came in on a tail end what he was saying, so maybe I might have missed some of those points he was making. But um, I just came up here in defense of just another black American, in the space. I wasn't looking at it like you're a black American that believes this and you're a black American that believes this. Because I just felt like our fight is bigger than just us trying to you know speak about where we come from as a black American specifically. I feel
What
like there
are
are
you
things that are
talking
going on in
about,
this
I
country
sir?
right
find it
now.
ironic that the Africans in the comments are on your side. I find the
Yeah.
irony in it, if you're reading the comments, that they're on your side. Are you a Pan Africanist, sir?
Yeah, something's going on.
No,
Because they're
I'm not a
agreeing
Pan
with your
Africanist.
disrespect up here, with all you're saying and your
Why do
disrespect.
why do
Look at
what
the
they say in
comments.
the
All the
comments
Africans
matter?
are agreeing with you. Do you come from another panel to come here to do this?
Why
Yeah,
would
he
They
that
came
came to
to
matter
follow
if
you
they're
disrupt.
to the
agreeing
room.
with?
Like I
They're
said
gonna find
initially, he's
something.
here to
They're gonna
disrupt and be
find something to
contrary.
tether on to,
No,
and
no,
because they do
no,
that, that doesn't have nothing to do with me.
no. I
Why are
get
you
what
reading a comment and trying to
no,
connect that to me?
I get what you're saying, brother. But you gotta understand, if you're saying that you're a black American, bro, in the South, we call it Jonah. We crack jokes as a part of our culture. That's why when it comes to comedy, we control that particular aspect of society. There's no African comedians like our comedians. So you already know what it is when you deal amongst your people. If you say you amongst the cloth, you feel me? Like you
Can,
from
No,
can
the
the
no,
West
he's
Coast,
an
people?
right?
agent of
But can somebody
chaos.
clarify to the people in the comments and the 160 people on here? That's a religion. That has nothing to do with a race or a nationality. Moorish American is a religion. Okay.
Right.
I'm
That
not
man didn't
speaking
even
of
say
y'all talking
the
about
noble
specifics.
prophet,
I
noble
literally
Ali's
clarified what I was
name
speaking
correctly.
about.
He didn't even say his
Sir, I
name
don't know
correctly.
what you're talking about.
I
He
don't
called
believe in
that
no
man
more.
Drew Ali. He
I
called that
don't
man
know.
Drew.
A panel in room. I don't know what this black and white fist is talking about. Actually, I don't know what he's talking about.
I know what he's talking
See,
about.
that's the I mean, y'all just like to get
Red.
on these panels and disrespect people,
No, no, no.
So are
See,
you insecure? Is
even
that
if
what
we
this
all come
is?
from the same place,
Are
y'all
you
still
trying to
want to
feel
disrespect people and
confident?
exile people
What do you
at
want?
because they don't believe exactly what you
Sir,
believe.
Moorish
That's
American is
the
a
point of
religion,
a
sir.
panel. Is
It's
to
a
have a
religion,
difference of
sir. It's
opinion.
like a cult. Please don't start with us. It's a
Yeah,
religion.
hey,
I
Rev,
can
you
go
from
ahead
Cali?
about
You
your
from
Rev, who
religion if
are
I
Cali?
want
you
to.
speaking to? Because
Yo,
you
Rev,
got
you
a
from
lot of
Cali?
It's
animosity
a
up there.
religion. It is not a
No,
race.
no,
It
he
is not a
came here to do
nationality.
You
It's a
this.
seem like you
religion.
hate everybody
He
in your
came here to
own
be
life. Like
contrary.
trying to get on this panel
He's
and
an agent of chaos.
He is.
Yo,
He
Rev,
is.
hey,
yeah,
Rev,
you just
Rev.
want to call me an
And
agent
they
of
must
chaos
have
because I
sent
don't
him
agree
here because
with
they
you.
followed him to the room.
Can I jump in, Love Jones?
Hey, Rev,
Because
you you
this
Yeah,
from you
this
from
hold on,
is
guys. We gotta let Control go, and then I'm gonna let you go, Taz.
thank you.
Control, are you there? Control. I don't know what you're doing, but go ahead, Taz. Let me give you 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So I just want to say this: the guy that came up
Hey,
talking about the
Taz.
whole Moorish. Hi, Professor Aline. Aline. I always say it wrong, but hey, boo. But anyway, the guy that came up here talking about the Moorish bullshit, the prompt tells who we are in this space. We are Black Americans. That's what we consider ourselves to be. The prompt says it all. So for him to come up here and we us to death about being Moorish, we don't believe in that. If that's who he is, if that's where his DNA or genealogy or whatever he did took him, that's fine. But he didn't speak as in singular. He spoke as in he was saying we all black
Yes.
are the same, and that's bullshit. And for you to jump up here, whoever this real person is, to jump on Professor Allen when he was bringing up real scholarship about it, and tell him you even told him that he was making everybody black. If you don't feel like you are black, you shouldn't have jumped up here, because the prompt tells who we are. Besides for the tethers and the immigrants, old and new, in this chat, on this in this live, besides for them, we all consider ourselves black Americans. So for you to come up here and just want to argue with him for nothing, I think that's ridiculous. It's like you came up here to be a chaos agent, and we don't appreciate that, because I'm laying in my bed, it's late at night, I'm enjoying Love Joe's live, and then here you come with bullshit, arguing back and forwards over nothing, over something you had nothing to do with. If you don't mind that man calling you a Moorish whatever, then you don't mind it. Don't comment on it. We have a problem with that. We don't want him to we us. We feel like we're black American. We have a right to feel that way. We're talking about what's on her prompt. We're talking about the people that's on this live. You come up here attacking him for what? He did nothing wrong to you or nobody else. He came with scholarship. It's not about knocking nobody. That man should not have come up here calling us Moorish anything. What the hell is that? We're American, period. That's it. We're tired of people attaching us away from who we are, pushing us to look over there when what the fuck we are is right here. We sick of that. If he want to be Moorish, let him be Moorish. If we want to call ourselves black, let us call ourselves black. If you don't believe that you're black or Moorish, don't comment on it. It's simple. You didn't have to come up here with it. You started a whole big argument and chaos on the panel for absolutely nothing. And it's disrespectful. And y'all don't even realize that. All you do is want to talk, talk, talk.
Hey, brother, real. You know why that brother needed that?
Wait, hold on, Omar. We got two new people, and then I'm gonna open it back up.
All
And
right.
I agree with you, Taz. At one point, I'd never even fucking called myself black. I always called myself melanin rich, which I still do, because I would always be like, I'm not black. My skin is not black. And being on this, platform, I'm like, okay, I understand it more as an ethnic marker, just as opposed to what I physically look like. But I love to use the term melanin rich, above anything else. But for the sake of nuance and relatability, and the fact that I get it more as an ethnicity now, especially since we have to differentiate ourselves amongst every fucking body else that's been trying to co-opt and colonize and ethnically erase us, it's just like that feels more natural for me to say, as opposed to like Solon, you know what I mean? Or like people that's always saying FBA. Like, if you notice, I don't never really use that term like that. But by its
You never do.
definition, I would be considered FBA because I don't have an immigrant background. So it really is all about what you choose. But like Taz said, to we, I don't like that. Bitch, we ain't French. But let's get to Control. Are you there, boo?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I was gonna go from the bottom. I always go from the bottom to the top. I don't know why. Damn, I sound like a man. I sound like a man to y'all. My voice not deep as fuck. I felt like my shit was deep as fuck. Do white people solely own America? The thing with that is, I think that white people are just like simply, they're just jealous of us. They have no culture. They have no nothing, and they just want to be who we are. So I don't even want to. It's just them wanting to be us. At the end of the day, white people have no culture here. They have no nothing in America and all that stuff. I can't see the top one. My screen is like really, really blurry.
Oh, it says, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Are Black Americans American?
I don't know why. I don't know why people want to challenge us and do stuff like that. Why people from the outside that come over here and they know how America it is. They like legit. even if they don't know our history, they know enough about our history, but they still come over here and they still want to be over here with it. They align themselves
I love you.
with the other people.
Back then,
So
deep in New York.
Who's saying they love somebody? What's who?
what happened?
That's you.
Okay.
Your man, sweet talking you.
Not mine.
Brother sound like Barry White over there, man.
Somebody said
What
I love
happened?
you. What's going on?
No.
Oh, it's
Oh
supposed to be
no.
Cairo. Let me mute him. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead. Go
girl.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done
No,
anyway
no.
because yeah.
What the hell? What in the kissing after the dark?
I'm finna put
Okay.
my shit. I'm finna put my stuff
I
on
thought you was getting it popping on the side over
Girl,
here
I'm
on the
about to
camp
get in
with your
trouble
man, girl.
anyway.
I said she in the bed, got it going on.
I'm about to get in trouble right now.
Okay, girl. All
You
right.
mad?
Cairo, are you there? Whew, I sent you a invite to unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, can I have your ethnicity and then I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to speak on the
Yes, I'm
prompt.
indigenous, Black American. My mother is Chippewa from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Love Jones, because first of all, I'm a five-borough representative from New York too, and
Okay.
I want to say shout out for keeping Brooklyn, in your prayers and stuff like that. I have one thing to say, and that's for all the Africans and the West Indians and everybody. Leave us alone. If you don't like us, just stay away from us. You don't have to say nothing to us. Don't copy out whatever we do. Don't even come visit us. Stay in your own country because it seems like all y'all trying to do is cause mayhem. See, if it was back in the '80s and y'all was doing this, it would have been a problem because a lot of we was very angry then. You know what I'm saying? But today everybody's being politically correct. The one thing we're not going to do is stand for is you messing with our Black American women. Y'all start doing disrespectful stuff like that, you're going to have to run back to your country. Other than that, Love Jones, I love you. I always watch
Oh,
you
send me
and
left
listen
there.
to you. And
Wait, was that you telling somebody you love them in the background?
yeah.
You got it going on.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you, I got a crush on you, woman, because I was getting ready to run back to New York. I'm in Vegas right now.
So who
So
was you just telling, not talking to other women like that? You
what?
clearly got somebody in your bed right now.
Why
Mm-hmm.
you all up in my business?
You made
You're
it
public.
public by coming off mic and saying, I love you. I love you.
I didn't even know it was on. I'm serious. Love Jones, you doing a good job.
Thank
I can't
you.
wait till you get on your YouTube and start doing this stuff. Word
I
up.
know. I will. I will.
Promise me.
Probably
Because
this
I'm already
weekend.
going to subscribe. And that's real talk.
Yes. We will
And
start hosting panels at least once or twice out of the week on YouTube.
exactly. And stay safe out there in New York because we got a lot of foreigners out there. You know how they don't know how to act right. All right. I
Thank
love you,
you.
Love Jones.
Word
Thank
to
you for the
mother.
positive vibes. Okay.
He gonna get smacked and keep talking.
Right? Because who you next to telling somebody else you love them? Because I don't play like that.
It's an open panel.
Yes, it's open now. Wait, let me end this countdown.
The Jamaican woman is in the comments, right? And the first question, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Love Jones, Lilo, you got to talk slow when you speak to Ghanaians.
Oh,
Lilo is a Ghanaian, and he
oh.
said I'm going to make a nice video for you, Lilo. I'm going to tag you, sweetie. He just said several times, y'all not black, you're not black. Let me see this. We're the original blacks. It's M, the original blacks. That's a question mark, Leo. That's a question. It's I am or I'm. But I'm gonna make a nice video and I'm gonna tag you in it. I wish I could find her page and I'm gonna tag her too. But while she's sitting in the comments fighting for her life, Lilo, the Ghanaian, said that no, Black Americans aren't black people. Thank you, Lilo. I needed that. I needed some content. Thank you, because I do YouTube. Listen, I'm hitting 8,000 on one YouTube page.
Yes.
They come so quick. And listen, you could say a lot more on YouTube. And if you go live, you get a lot more. Leonard Honors films does lives every night about Umar, and I think they're the best, and that's how he grows his page. But yeah, Lilo, I'm going to speak slow for you, Lilo, okay? I'll make a video for you, okay? And I'm going to tag your ambassador in the one that I post on Facebook, okay, Lilo? Thank you.
Hey, Real, you still there?
Who?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, yeah,
Eh,
they okay.
yeah, you know why that brother needed that? Even though I get what I get your intent. You trying to, you know what I'm saying? You grew up, you don't like bullies. I get it, right? But the
It
reason
had
why,
nothing to do with what he spoke about specific. That's all I was trying to say. It just was a
and,
black person to black person. That's
and I
all it
got
was. It
you, but I'm
wasn't
just
nothing
saying, do
about
you
none
know
of
why he
that.
needed that? Now I got you, but do you know why he needed that though? He needed that because when you get to a certain level and you really study, your delivery gonna change, right? Because I get what he's attempting to say and what some more are attempting to say, that in law certain words mean certain things, right? So when you are classifying yourself a certain way, you have to be careful because it has a certain meaning in law. But once you become more seasoned in the information, your whole approach would be different. So that's why I could just tell he's new to it, and that's why he needed to be tested. And when certain questions were asked, certain answers weren't given because he didn't have those answers.
And he
So
ran.
yeah, that too. But nah, brother. You know how we do it, man. You know what I'm saying. We call it Joning in the South. We're gonna crack jokes. We're gonna talk shit to our people. Like even you got like a little offended, not knowing that's what we do, bro. Bushmeat Network, Obama phone. You know what I'm saying. You got
No,
triggered. You
I'm
know
a
what I
big fan of Love Jones. I've always followed her. Like I'm a big fan of her videos. I don't want you to think like I'm new to her or new to her platform. That was just something
Thank
I just
you.
joined in on. I've always you know, been a huge fan of hers. But that's why I'm saying people will just start throwing out assumptions and start calling you a tether, saying, "Oh, I think he's a chaos agent or he's an African." I'm like, that's so offensive when you just purely a Black American and you getting attacked by your own people and they're calling you all these. It's like I don't even like that side of like the way we have these conversations on this platform sometimes because sometimes
But
it's
you're
more
the one
about
who jumped up here attacking.
You
You
caused
did that.
chaos. We not supposed to call you chaos,
You
baby.
did
I
that.
I spoke on
You
a
jumped up here
situation that happened. I didn't
attacking
attack
and
Let's
didn't
stop
nobody.
even
saying
know
that word,
exactly what
y'all.
was
I don't
going
want to.
on.
Let's not say
You did that. You can't
attacking
throw it
her.
on everybody else. You did it.
Hey, real.
Apologize to Professor Allen because you owe
Cause
it to him. And you
I
owe it
don't
to
even
the
want to
rest
say
of
what I want to
us.
say about you because you got up here glazing whoever you was
Ladies and
glazing,
gentlemen,
whatever that
I
gentleman.
still, honestly,
You
y'all,
was
I
glazing
still
him
don't
so
even know
hard
what
that
real VI is talking
I
about.
don't
I don't
even
even know what he's talking
understand.
about.
Like I didn't even understand what you were saying when you got up here to defend him or whatever you were trying to do.
Sir,
It
I
I'm
just
don't
came
think
off as
defending all
glazing.
of us because you
You was
came
just
up here
glazing him so
talking
hard.
about
It's
something
like
I
you
like
had
you.
I
I
don't
nothing,
like your
you
even
use of
didn't even know
subscribe to
what
I
you
that
were
disrespect.
kind
don't
of
think
talking
he
stuff.
about.
understands anything, actually.
He's
I was
being
Like
defending
disrespectful
all of
again.
us.
Saying she's glazing somebody. He's being an
She
Right?
was
agent of
I was
chaos
glazing. That's
defending
what you
again.
all of
call
us.
glazing when
He
you get
came
up
up
here
You're
here
defend
being
talking about,
somebody.
disrespectful
well,
again.
how do you
Hold
like
up.
that? You
hey,
Mute your
calling
stop
mic,
arguing
everybody
with my
guys.
black
sister,
is still a
sir.
generalization.
She
Yo,
was
Okay.
it was like she sounded almost like, "Oh my king, he's
Dude,
disrespecting
you
you,
are
my
See?
king."
Yeah,
sassy.
he's
My
sassy.
I'm just
king.
giving
Oh
you an
my
example.
He
You
I'm
God.
brought
are
just telling you
something
the
you
sassy.
truth.
can't bring, and that's
It's like she didn't
scholarship.
even have
You
nothing to
still
add.
talking like
She
you
just
ain't got
was
no education. He
yeah,
brought
chill,
okay.
What is
scholarship.
chill.
going
You're
on?
bringing
I'm
nothing.
not here
You're
to
bringing
prove
No,
nothing
he's
to
you.
the
talking like an
conversation.
African. He's
He
talking
talking
more
like
African. He
he talking
Hey,
like he
disrespected a
wearing
woman, and
sexy
then he
red lip gloss.
Oh my God.
yeah
hey,
he came up here very sassy and disrespectful, and then to say that she's glazing somebody. She said that you were disrespectful to Professor. That's how is that glazing? See, you African. What
hey,
country your mom from? She
He not
Ghanaian.
black
I
American.
know a Ghanaian devilish person when
I
I
don't
see
I don't
one.
want to get up here and argue
You're
with y'all
bringing
because y'all
demonic
seem
here. You brought demonic here.
look.
What
Just
part of
go
Ghana
get the
you
new
from?
book
Oh
by John Hope
Lord.
What
Bryant called
demonic
"Capitalism
behavior
for
you
All."
brought?
Sir, I
Go
don't know
get
what you're
John
talking
Hope
about.
Bryant's
I
book
And
called
rebuke
you don't
you.
"Capitalism for
either.
All."
What is
I feel
going
like that book would be
on?
beneficial
He
to Black
don't know
people.
what he talking about.
Real,
Go
you from
get the
California?
book,
Hey,
He
real,
John
you
needs
from?
Hope
he needs
Bryant,
some attention. He
"Capitalism
needs
for All."
What it is, Love Jones, is
That's
he
a
wants
good book Black
attention
Yeah,
people
from
he's
a
need to
just
read.
mad
man.
because I didn't come up here glazing him.
He
Oh
wants
Yeah,
some
y'all
Lord.
male
decide to get up
attention,
here
is
and
what it
start calling
is.
people Africans and all kind of stuff. Like,
Sir, I'm sorry to
but y'all want
disappoint you,
somebody
but
to
I like
respect
You
y'all.
women,
brought
Come
sir.
that
on.
demonic African energy. country. That's why.
Yeah,
Take
All
it
that's
right,
back to
got it,
Ghana.
sir.
Take it back and
All
go
right,
put
we
have
don't
that
know
point
where
up.
Yeah.
he's from. He said that
Hey,
he wasn't. He
hey,
could just
Chad.
be, some people are just disagreeable. Some people are Maybe he
No, but
Pan
these people like
African.
to
Like I don't
bully. They
know.
like
Hey,
to
stop
bully.
talking
They
over the
think
whole
that
sassy
they
man.
think, but they
Oh,
think
he
that they
said
can
that
bully
nice
other
and
people
sassy.
that
They
don't
like to
agree with them.
bully. Oh, they like to
I'm just
Real,
saying.
I
bully.
gotta say this. Hold on, let me say something. I don't like that you're using the words attack and bully in this situation. We're all grown people. Everybody is entitled to their opinions. Nobody cussed that man out like a dog. Nobody denigrated him. Nobody dragged him. Nobody called him out of his name. They just challenged what he was saying. That's it. Thank you, NBA. They challenged what he was saying. So if you call that bullying, like that kind of like it triggers but me personally because I feel like that is a tactic to police what we say and how we respond to things. Now, if people was up here cussing people out, like really doing what you're accusing people on this panel of doing, then I would be like that. I would absolutely not allow that on my panel. But I don't like those words, especially thrown at us because you already know everybody and their mother has something to say about us for simply just speaking our mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes people could be a little tongue in cheek, a little on the nose. People say stuff that you don't like all the time. People don't. I got called a Caribbean because I'm from Brooklyn. I didn't say y'all are attacking and bullying me. I just said y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. People call me all everything but a child of God, and guess what? I say it back, and they get cussed the fuck right back out. I
Yeah,
don't
even
say,
if you're
oh,
nice
it's
and
attacking or
calm
bullying.
and
I just like those words are kind of like if it's not really necessary, I don't think we should use words like that against each other.
you can
But
be
when
the
you come back
nicest,
at them,
calmest
what they
person or
call
whatever,
you
but
sassy. I mean, it's
some
just
of the
Wait,
always
hold on,
something. It's not
Cottrell.
I'm
Let
trying to
him
always.
listen to
respond,
Kay.
and then you
I'm
could
saying, but
go,
every
and
time
then
you
we got
say
to let the
something, it
next
don't
person.
matter if
Hey,
you if
man,
you
be
defend
quiet. The
yourself or
host is
not.
talking.
No, he could go, Professor
She the
Omar.
one told me I
Oh,
can speak.
Go
Why do you
ahead.
got to get in? She just told me I can speak.
Oh my God, this is
I
too
thought
much.
Kay was speaking.
Go ahead, and then Land, and I'm gonna let Cottrell go.
No, I'm saying that's just it. I'm just saying, like, even if I do defend myself in these spaces that are, you know, black spaces, it's like you still get called zesty or something. Like, they try to like attach it to something else.
Sir, you want to be
It's
a
like no
victim. That's
winning.
what this
You get what I
is.
mean? So that's why I'm saying I don't want to get up here and argue. I just want everybody to go read John Hope Bryan's book called Capitalism for All. I think
I'm
that
not
would be
interested,
beneficial to
sir.
black people. I just feel like
Okay.
it'll be a beneficial book to a lot of black people,
Okay.
moving forward in society and how we can gain wealth. That's it.
All right. Now, go ahead, Cottrell, and then after you, we're gonna let NBA 1942 go.
all I'm saying is like you be the nicest, calmest, most you can just like be chill and relax. But somebody's always gonna find something. It's always gonna be something. It's
Got a
going to be
point.
something. It doesn't matter what it is, how you portray yourself, how you want to be. Like you can put yourself out to be the best person or whatever. It's always gonna be something within our community. Because people look at us. I don't even understand like why we get so much hate and so much flack and so much, disrespect. But it's always gonna be something.
Okay.
For the person that try to make it about being zesty,
Wait,
that
hold
what
on,
I'm
NBA. You got to give us your ethnicity, and then I'm gonna start the timer so you can have 3 minutes.
okay. I'm Sudanese.
Are you in America?
Yes, I'm in Jersey.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. For the person that try to make it about the zesty community and all that, that's not about that, right? Anyways, to answer the prompt, why do foreigners always challenge Black Americans' nationality and ancestry? Well, we do that because like, b- Africans feel a certain way, you know that. I mean, if you look at it, you know that Black Americans, know that always try to deny Black African ancestry and everything, right? Which is a big problem, and
Why?
from there. And from there also, when they try to deny the ancestry, it's like y'all trying to look down upon us and all that. Now,
Wait,
also,
NBA. You got to tell us why is it a big problem to say that we are not African? Go ahead.
what would you say? I
You
mean,
have
not
to
the
tell
time
us
bomb.
why is it a problem for us to deny African ancestry? Why is that a problem?
Because the issue with that is because you're trying to look like, hey, look, okay, we're one group. Look at these guys. We're another group. Like we're not really the same. Like y'all trying to deny that the fact that okay,
Don't y'all
hey,
do that in Africa though? Like you wouldn't consider yourself a Nigerian. Are you Nigerian?
No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm
Exactly. So
Sudanese.
is that a problem that you're not Nigerian or you're not South African?
Hello.
No, that's not a problem.
All right. So we're from a whole completely different country with a whole different cultural and ethnic background. So how is that a problem for you? I don't
Yeah,
what?
but the issue is what I have is that okay, look, you guys were assimilated within the cultural, okay, in the States or America within like 400 years and everything, right? But then
What?
when a brand new, oh, hold on, let me get to my point. When a brand new African, say fresh out the boat or fresh out of the plane and everything, just come in like 5 years, 2 years and everything, and they're fresh as hell. They might not have the same dressing code or like say they might not be fresh as y'all and everything, right? Y'all, not even just black Americans know that. Y'all give out the weird ass looks and everything. And then how do you think that the African's gonna feel? Like I even get into the point where of like say look at the mom or dad and everything, right? A grown
What?
ass person. Hold up. Yeah, how do you think them people like the early mornings, the mid times, or the peak hours and all that, and then you were fresh out of Africa, and then the whole country just looking at y'all and everything, and then the Black Americans also looking at y'all? Yo, that's a big problem.
A
I
problem
inject
for
that.
You need to
who?
take that up with your therapist. That sounds like you have a
What?
personal issue, and you need to go talk to a therapist. Go lay on a chair and talk to them. You everything you said was
I
very
don't have a
odd.
personal
It had
problem.
nothing to do with me.
I
I
have
have
an
a
I'm not
honest
I
African,
observe it.
and
I
it's
have an
not
honest question
disrespectful.
for him.
I observe it.
You need to go therapy. I
Sir,
can
sir,
find some therapists in Jersey.
sir, I have
I
an honest
observe it.
question. I have a question for you. I'm curious. You said you're from Sudan, right?
Yeah, I'm from Sudan.
Okay, you spent some time in the UK, didn't you?
No, I haven't. I never stepped
I
foot in
detect I
Sudan.
detect like some type of where else did you move? I hear another accent going on.
No, I was born in Sudan. I spent 2 years in Australia, and then I've been in
There it
Jersey.
is. So my question is, why did you keep moving around like that?
Because my
Why
dad's
did your dad did
because of
what?
my dad's profession. He's a mechanical engineer. That's
Yeah,
why.
and why didn't he get a job as a mechanical engineer in Sudan?
Because the other country offered better pay.
Okay, do you have family still in Sudan?
Of course.
Um,
Better pay
so
for only
so
2 years.
so your dad as a man left his family in Sudan to chase some money?
No, he didn't live in Sudan. No, no, he didn't leave his family there. No, he moved with his wife and kids. And plus,
Oh,
too, he didn't have all his kids in Sudan. I was born. I was the last kid born in Sudan.
okay. My last
Yeah,
question is
my mom has 10 kids. By the way,
yeah, okay, that's real nice. My question to you is given the fact that you and your dad being men left your family in Sudan to chase after money, what makes you think I should respect anything you say as a man, given the fact a man's primary responsibility is to protect his family?
yeah,
That's
that's
a
where
real
you're
question.
wrong. You're talking about
So a
leaving.
man's primary job is not to protect his family,
Yeah, he did. He did protect his family. Yes,
but he
he
left them in
raised.
Sudan.
No, he didn't.
You
I
said
mean,
you still have family in Sudan.
yes, and they're well
So
taken
he
care
left
of.
his family in Sudan, correct?
No, 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 no,
Did
no.
he or
That's
did he not?
no, he did not.
So you don't have family in Sudan.
You're not listening.
You're
Okay.
not answering. You
No, you're
said you
not.
have family in Sudan.
Listen to what I'm saying. My dad has one wife. Okay, with 10 children, four grandchildren. Okay. All right. He whatever he wants to migrate and everything. At the end of the day, he migrated his family and all that. Extended family, he took care of him. All right. Get that through your head.
Why didn't he stay in Sudan and protect his family in
Uh,
Sudan?
and I already answered that question because the other
Because
job.
he was running at some
And no,
money because he's a
no, no,
coward.
no, 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 no. Look, it's
I'm
simple
in my
thing.
homeland, sir.
He
I have not left my family.
can
I
someone
made it
else talk?
work
I'm
in
not
my
really trying to talk
homeland
to
where
these
my
type of people.
family is. You are not like me, sir. And to
He's
be with
correct.
all
It's in
due
the
respect, I don't respect anything you got to say to me.
you still have family in Sudan. It's in the third year of a civil war. So
Right.
your family's not being taken care of. It's in the middle of the third year. and you look
It,
darker, and the blacker skinned people are being G-side. So he's not taking care of his family. But also he left Sudan for a 2-year contract, a 2-year job, 10 children for 2 years. Why isn't he still an engineer in Australia?
it's not 2 years. I think it's going 3
You
decades.
just said you lived in Australia for 2 years.
My dad is much
Mind.
older than me.
Okay, listen, something is
I,
I
going
don't know
wrong
what
with
he's
the
talking about.
story.
I said my dad was much older than
Listen,
me.
I have a directory of therapists in New Jersey. I'm gonna hit you up on your inbox. I got your information, okay? You need to talk to somebody. And I'm not being facetious, please. I'm not. For everybody trying to laugh, I'm not being facetious. He need help.
You're funny.
No. Why is
You
that? See, when you care about an African, then you get disrespected. You need some
I'm
help.
laughing because this
no.
is crazy. I'm still trying to figure out, NBA, how is it disrespectful to Africans for Black Americans to not claim that they're African? I don't think you've ever fully answered that. Can you answer that question?
Is this the host talking?
Oh,
Yes.
jeez.
What'd you say?
I said you've never fully answered my question. I asked you, how is it disrespectful for how is it disrespectful for Black Americans to not claim Africans?
Because because the Black Americans is disrespectful because y'all undermine Africans. Y'all
We undermine
undermine that.
Africans. Okay.
Yeah.
How?
You guys undermine every single sense of like coming from Africa, and the senses y'all always put out is that we're not from Africa. Oh no, hell no, we don't look at y'all. We're not this and everything. Y'all undermine Africans.
Oh, are
You
you an
you know.
Arab? Are you Arab?
Yeah, no, I'm Christian.
No. Arab doesn't have
I'm
nothing
a
to do with
Christian.
religion, sweetheart. Are you an Arab?
I'm not an Arab.
Okay, so you undermine most of Sudan because most of them, even your militia and your army, the generals, the leaders, are Arabs. They identify as Arab. You don't identify as Arab. So are you sure you're Sudanese? See
I'm
how that sounds? See
Sudanese.
how stupid that sound? Don't it sound stupid, boo? Because you told me what you was, right? And I'm telling you, and we're all telling you who we are. Don't it sound dumb? I'm trying to tell you who you are, right? And you're gonna
I,
try to tell me who I am. So you said when you did give Love Jones some examples. You said when your clothes are funny, when you're not wearing the right things, you're hurt. And that's why, and everybody laughing. I'm serious. You need some therapy because you didn't dress right. Your parents dragged you with 10 children all around the globe and you didn't have proper clothing on, and people bullied you. This is a personal issue, sir. You need to talk to somebody. I'm serious. If you walking around like this, you have some hurt that you need to get rid of. I'm not African. I've been here. I could trace my cousin did. He wrote code for, I'm not going to name the company he retired from, but he actually does genealogy right now. His name is Ken Henry. I can give you his email if you'd like to get some genealogy help from him as well. I got to put the family out there, but still, you have personal issues that you probably need to talk to. I'm really serious. You're hurt. I hear it. Daddy took you around, dragged you over, and didn't properly dress you for Where's he going? Is he on Teacup reporting me? But listen, you need to talk to someone. Get it off your chest. Please. 10 children is way too much for one man and one wife. That is way too much. Is
uh,
mommy still alive?
yeah, mom is still alive. Yeah,
How old is your mom?
yeah. My mom's only 48.
Wait a
By the
minute.
way.
Wait a minute. She only 48 now?
Yeah. Do I
No,
look like
your
a
mom
hurt
only
person?
48 now.
My mom's only 48. My
Is
dad's
that you
52.
or your father?
That's me.
How is
Oh.
your mom 48? How old are you? You shouldn't be on TikTok.
I'm 24.
And your mom is 48 and with 10
Yeah.
children?
My mom, yes. It doesn't the math add up or not?
Hey,
Now,
you
how
How
old is
twenty?
much
the
how
oldest?
much kids does your mom have?
I don't want
Two.
to talk about your hairline.
Right.
I shouldn't have said
How
that.
Exactly.
old
You
is the
see, you don't
oldest?
know anything about that. My
How
mom
old is the
had her
oldest
first
child,
kid
sweetheart?
when she was 16 years old. All right.
And how old is the oldest?
How was the oldest? She's about
Yeah.
32, 34.
Wait a minute. And
30?
your mom 46? Ain't she 34?
My mom's 42.
Oh my
Hold on,
God. And the oldest
32, and
36?
your mom. Hold on, that don't. So your mom's 40, at 42, 30. What do you say? 34, 30. What's 42 divided? So your mom had him when he was
42.
like nine. When she was nine. Well,
Oh
I'm
my
trying to figure it out.
gosh. You
No,
need
my
therapy.
mom had her first kid when she was 16.
No, sir. That would mean she was
16.
9 or 10 when she had her first child. Oh, inbox
No,
me. You need some
well,
help. Oh my, I gotta get you somebody.
Why?
I know
Why
a
did
lot of good
you?
people in New
Wait, you said your
Jersey.
mom was 42 or 48?
my mom was 16 years old when she had her
How old is
first
your mother
kid.
now?
I'm out to get them on the math wrong, but
They
either
don't
way,
know. They all
she
got
might be
different
like
ages that they don't
34,
know.
30,
Wait
36,
a minute, your
whatever. But
mom is 34 and the oldest is
No, I
34?
think his mother is
my
48
mom,
or something.
yeah, 48, something like that. Yeah, probably.
Oh goodness. And she
You
had 10
surprised?
children.
32.
Yeah,
And the
10.
oldest is
Same,
how old is the
same
oldest?
dad.
Okay, is the oldest a boy or a girl?
The oldest is a girl.
And how old is your sister? Do you know how old?
I don't know. I thought she was 32, probably 38. I don't know.
And your mom is 48? That means your mommy was 10.
Nah, your sister's probably 42 and your
No,
mother.
no,
I'm
no,
32 and
no,
your
no,
mother's 48.
no.
Oh.
My mom was
That equals
16.
16.
My mom was 16 when she had her first
Yeah,
kid.
Oh
so now
Let's
your
no.
make that
mother has to be
clear.
48 and your sister's probably 32.
Yeah, but let's make it clear. My mom was 16 when she had her first kid. You see, y'all females, y'all ain't mature or responsible
The
enough to have
math
your
is not
kids.
It's
mathing.
not
Oh
mathing.
goodness.
Nah.
And she
I
It
got
know
don't
10
you're not
matter.
children
talking
and
about
y'all
Yo,
somebody
raising them?
I'm
immature and it's
telling
you in this
y'all.
picture. Let me make it small because I don't want to start saying stuff about you. Look, I don't have time for that. Okay, why did you make that your background? Did you want us to see your house in the background? What was the point of that picture?
Yeah, because yeah, that's my lifestyle. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the whole directory, sweetheart. You need somebody.
He said you females is immature. Your mother had 10 kids and you will fix your mouth to get up here and say that. And she raised 10 children. You are a disgrace to your mother.
And drag them around the
How?
globe. Australia for
How?
2 years? The flight longer than that.
That was because of his father, not his mother. His mother was just going wherever the hell she had to go with 10 damn
No,
kids. So to
no.
try to disrespect women and call us females and say we're immature after your mother gave birth to you and 9 other kids, you should be bowing down to women. You got me fucked up.
No, you should be no, you
Hey,
should be
Miss.
bowing down to the man
Hey,
for
Mr.
I'm not
giving you
bowing
them
NBA.
down to
kids.
your ass.
And
Mr.
mechanical
Come
NBA.
on
engineer
now.
isn't a
That's not what
rare
you should be
job, sir. It's not
yo,
rare.
Hey,
come on
Mr.
now.
NBA,
Yo, it's only possible for the man.
Check this out. How old is your father?
Probably 85.
He did say in the 70s. You said it before. You said he was in his 70s. That's what you said.
So
NBA.
7.
No. He's in mid sixties, late 60s. I think mid 60s. He's not in his late 60s now. He's about just under 65.
Are you drinking something, NBA? I think you
Yeah, he
drinking.
sound drunk the
I'm
fuck out.
Yeah,
Extra
confused.
He
no,
damn
does.
too.
yo, I'll
He's
give him a buck. My dad's like 64,
he's
63.
intoxicated. Okay, that's why. Okay, it
So
ain't.
your
Okay.
dad got your mom while she was a child
Right, that's where I'm
and
going with it.
Mm.
That's where I'm going with
impregnated
it.
her and then
At
drug her
15.
and as a child and 10 other children around. Oh wow.
I
Mm-hmm.
told
That's
y'all he
typical
need
African
therapy.
male behavior though.
But I
Yep.
told you he need therapy. He hurting.
So
His
his
Why,
dad
dad
why,
here.
married a
why would I
15-year
need
old
therapy?
girl.
Sir, you talked about your clothes. You said black Americans are disrespectful because they don't want to be Africans. And then you said you listed all the things that seemed that you were bullied about. You said clothing because we look different, because we come from this place. Yes, sir, you listed all these things. So someone must have
I
bullied you
never
or
said
hurt
that.
you. Sir, you said that in the
You
beginning when you
did say
first came
that.
in. What was wrong with your clothes? They ain't have real clothes in Australia? You came from Australia to here, right?
No, I said that when you go in public, like public transport, that they might look at you different or funny. Say, when an African goes to public transport, they might look like, oh, this African, or like say early morning, they might just look at you funny. That's what I said.
So you
I
think
didn't say what
Africans
you
look different
said.
than other people? You think Africans look different?
Yeah, I said
Okay,
that
you
when
did you just admit that Africans look different?
I said that when you go to work in the morning, say it might be like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. and everything, somebody might catch a train and everything, right? Everybody trying to hop on the train. Nobody really trying to deal with each other and all that. But then like you get them extra looks like and everything and all
Your
that. And then you
accent
So
get
you
is
them
have low
buttons
self
up and all
esteem
that.
because nobody is worried
That's what
about
I'm
you.
talking about. I
his
wasn't talking about
accent
for
is
you
Exactly,
very
words like
British.
Amber.
You even use transport. Were you in Britain at any time?
I'm in
You're using
Jersey.
British English.
I'm in Jersey.
How long have you
Well,
been in New Jersey, sir?
ma'am, I'm not gonna keep explaining myself to you.
I just asked you how long you've been in Jersey. You didn't tell nobody how long you've been there. Don't play with me.
Like, don't play with you for what?
How long have you been in Jersey? He's drunk. How
He
long have you
is.
how long you
You
been
see,
living in
that's an
Jersey?
excuse. You keep running with, right?
How long you been
I
in
told
Jersey?
you.
That's all I'm asking you.
Yo, I've been in Jersey since like I don't know. I've been in Jersey since 2010,
Wait a minute. You've been in Jersey since
2011.
you were 10 years old?
He said 2010.
Oh, 2010. Is your
So
whole family
15 years.
there? Is that your family house in that photo that you're standing in front of?
Nah, nah, my whole family's not there. Nah,
Where are they?
they're across. They're some in Australia, and then others in
Here we
Sudan.
go. Here we go.
Yeah, they're in
Professor
different
just
parts
said
of
it.
the country.
Now you got people in Australia. Did they leave some of the kids there?
What's your point?
Did they leave some of the kids in Australia?
I don't get your point.
So your daddy left children in Australia.
My dad still lives in the same house as my mom. What's your point?
You said some of your families in Australia. You told the professor that your father took his children, 10 of them, and your mother to Australia.
I
Now
didn't
you're
say
saying
that.
that there's still
I
people
didn't
in
say
Australia.
that.
That means there's children still there.
You don't listen.
Yes, I
You
do
don't pay.
listen very well. I
No,
think you just don't hear yourself.
you don't pay attention.
So Professor is correct. He done left people in Australia too. Jesus Christ. Oh, they over there ducking and hiding
Yeah,
under furniture in Sudan, and they in Australia getting eat up by the damn crocodile. What is you doing?
Up here trying to give us advice.
is she a mod?
Oh my
No, I
goodness.
have a question
Who's
for
this
you,
woman
NBA.
talking? Who is this girl right here? Who's this
I'm not a
woman?
girl. That's
That's a
English.
Grown
woman.
woman.
English.
But
A girl is
Let
a child.
Amberella ask a question. Go ahead,
Uh,
Amberella.
I just want to ask
who is this
quickly.
entitled person
Hold on,
talking?
NBA. Somebody
You
wants
are being
to.
entitled right now to think you can overtalk
Talking?
everybody. But I have a
No,
question for
who
you,
the fuck is
NBA.
she? The
Who the
fuck?
fuck are you? You better watch your
Hey
mouth
man, watch
unless
your
you want to get
language.
dropped. You don't come up here talking to people like that. Go ahead, Amberella.
So how is it that disrespectful for a group of people who have been in this land for over 500 years to denounce and or not even relinquish, but just not claim African, while you as an African, by way of your father, hop from continent to continent to country? Why is it disrespectful for us to claim where we're from when you can't even stay in your country and build that up?
Oh, that's a cute thing. Thank you for the kitten. Go ahead, NBA. You could respond. Are you still up here? Now he on tea time. I think he drunk. I don't know what the hell this man got going on.
He's a little too
I
much.
have a question too.
I think he drunk. Why is he on tea time? I don't like when they be going on tea time.
Because that's
Got
when they
people
be
going.
reporting and stuff when they go on
Exactly.
TikTok.
That's why I'm like, hello, NBA 1942. I can't believe he really got up here and said, "Oh, you back up here." Answer Amberella's question. Go ahead, unmute yourself and be respectful.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm finna drop. I finna support the live or that. Y'all get it going. I finna drop. It's
Drink
all
some water.
Drink some coffee. I'm going to inbox you with them numbers, though.
good. Hey. No, it's fine. No, it's all good. I finna drop. Yeah, y'all continue and all that. I finna drop.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here too. It's 4 damn o'clock in the morning. All right, guys, we're gonna do final thoughts, and then I'm gonna see y'all later. Let's do final thoughts. Go ahead, Lacey.
Oh, shit, I don't even know what to say. They just gave me a headache, and I'm sorry. I got so discombobulated. And then that guy King came back up, and I thought he was going to start talking some more. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. This is what it was like living in Ghana. That's all I can say. That man right there, that's what it's like living in Ghana. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, go ahead, Amberella. Final thoughts.
Um, the YTs don't own this land. Black people can claim whatever the heck black people want to claim, which is American. Because again, this whole thing we got jumping. We are the lifeblood in the culture. And that's really it. I appreciate everybody's perspective, and I appreciate you having me up, Love Jones.
Thank you for coming up. Okay, Professor Alon.
Hey, yeah, I enjoyed it. Love Jones. I really appreciate the way that we shut down that chaos agent that came up here. We've been seeing an influx of chaos agents on all the important panels. And the conclusion that I've come to and other people have come to is we're doing something very important. We're in a critical election season, and it's my opinion that a certain party is sending chaos agents in here to keep us off topic.
Intentionally.
There you go. So keep doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Keep it about the topic. And I love your space, Love Jones.
Thank you.
And I wish I fell asleep. I called myself taking a nap yesterday that I was going to get on your space. But I took a nap and woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was like, damn, I ain't mean to do that.
I didn't stay on long last night.
I wish I would have talked to you because I would have asked you what color Prada shoes you want because I just left Fitz Plaza.
Yes. Well, I mean, is it hard for you to go back? I like red. I like black. That gray, the ones you showed was like gray, right? Were they gray or blue?
Gray.
That was a nice fire color too. I like that color too.
Right. I got you next time I go. DM me a size. I got you.
I will. I'm dead ass serious.
You know,
okay.
I might be able to make it happen.
In Africa, that's a marriage proposal.
Oh,
Lacey. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. That is funny. Taz?
Thanks for letting me up. I enjoyed your whole live. I'm sorry I jumped up here a little hot, but I can't. He was trying to disrupt everything, had everybody going at each other. I have much respect for Professor Alan because of his scholarship. I've learned a lot from him. You know, I've learned a lot from you, Love Jones, and Lacey. You know, everybody. So you know, I didn't mean to jump up here like that, but I just want to say this:
it's all good.
so all the Africans and whoever, Caribbeans, whoever, we are not going to not say who we are to make you feel better. If us saying who we are and pointing out that we are indigenous Americans and that the white people lied to y'all, they lied to us, and that our genealogy says something different, the history of America says something different. We ain't even got to do genealogy. The history of America says something different. Our grandparents, parents, nobody lied to us but the white people. So we're not going to make, if it makes you feel bad that we scream we're American, that we scream we built America, that we are the only melanated people in a first world country that is superseding every other melanated group across the world, then that means you need to do better. Don't take it out on us. We are who we are, and we're not African. And that's it. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you,
good night,
guys.
Chaz.
So my final thoughts is that I agree with everything that Taz said. I can't believe that guy came up here and said that it's dangerous and it's not okay for us to not claim Africa. But I'm glad that they're being more honest about why they're literally crashing out over a delineation movement, or even just the idea of us saying, I'm not African American. Like, it's sending them into a tizzy. And it is because even when they come over here and they claim they're doing so much better than us and they're so much more successful, they're only able to achieve anything because of us. So we got to keep that in mind too. It's like, if you're not able to achieve all of the accolades and the degrees and all of the success in your homeland, you have to come over here to do it. Why do you think that's possible? And once again, instead of them just literally saying, you know what, y'all did that shit, like, They don't ever want to give us any type of credit for anything. They'd rather talk down on us and say, oh, it's because of the white man, like the Jamaican girl that was up here was saying, oh, America's only great because of a white man. And then when we literally break it down, they don't have shit to say. Like, it's like hush mouth. And then to say, oh, y'all are just talking about Africans. Africans continuously come on my panel and censor themselves. If Latinos would have been up here, we would have been talking about Latinos. If Italians would have came up here, we would have been talking about Italians. If Native Americans would have came up here, we would have talked about Native Americans, like I was actually doing when a Native American woman was in the chat. But Africans love my space. They love to come on my panel. A couple Caribbeans, they love it. You all love it here. And y'all love to engage with us. It reminds me of the guy with the coochie eating 70s mustache, Chud. It reminds me of him. Like, there's literally so much love, admiration, and an obsession because coochie eating mustache Chud got up there and talk about how they can't stand black people and they so over black people and everybody is exhausted with black people. Myron Gaines, I just did a video about him defending coochie eating mustache man, and yet they cannot stop putting themselves in position to engage with us. They cannot stop hiring us to come on their podcast. They cannot stop using us as their talking points. They cannot stop forcing interactions. If you're exhausted and tired and don't want people to talk about you and don't want people, like, why would you continuously put yourself in proximity to people that you don't like or you don't want us to talk about? You don't want us talking about Africans. We always talking about Africans. I don't have the first African that came up here. I think she was Ethiopian. She said, oh, well, you were talking about Africans in your prompts. Does my prompt say African anywhere in there? I said, that African is not in my prompt at all. These people are so delusional that they literally see the word African where it's not. It's literally Black American ancestry, nationality, whitey people, America. It does not say African anywhere up in here. And Africans are not the only one that questioned our ethnicity. Everybody does it. But they love to censor themselves and then turn around and say, we keep talking about them. It's projection. And it's like they keep trying to do the spell and its root work. And we're not allowing that shit no more. And they can't take it. Because in order for spells and all of that shit to work, we have to be willing participants. We stopped participating and now everybody crashing out because nobody expected this. Nobody expected us to stop participating. You have to have people's consent in order for your shit to work. You have to have some type of consent in order for your shit to work. Even with a love spell, if a person does not have any fucking interest in you, you cannot make them love you. You can make them have strong feelings for you, and it might be HATE, and that's why the
Sure
people be
will.
like,
Yep.
oh, love spells turn wrong, it'll turn into something dangerous. That's because that person never really loved you. You just bound them to you in a certain type of way, but it wasn't out of love. You get what I'm saying? Now, if
Right.
somebody love you, you could do some root work on your husband or your wife, put something in his spaghetti or do whatever the hell y'all got to do, and then it'll actually be love because it's already there. The foundation is there. The fact that we are all collectively waking up, we're not allowing this shit to work anymore. And people don't know what the fuck to do. Nobody anticipated us even having these conversations together. I know this is tripping people the fuck out. Like, what? Black American people, we're all in different parts of the country. And look at how nice and kind and loving we are, except for that black and white fist guy that was kind of oppish. But outside of that, we respect each other. People swear for God, we all don't like each other and we can't get along and we can't do. No, this is the groundwork for us literally getting out into the field. Lots of us, there's pockets of us already doing that. But look at what we're doing together in a content space, in the metaverse. Now, imagine when we take it to the next level and we have a call to action. That's power. And people are afraid of that. But we're
Love
not
Jones, you said something real important. You said that spells need your consent, right?
mm-hmm.
You want to know what I learned in law school, contracts one? and according to the law, silence is consent. So we've been
Oh.
trying to be silent. Just you know how we learn.
Mm.
Just baby, just the old folks used to tell me, baby, just don't say nothing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that was consent.
Mm. I never thought about it like that either, though. That was
Yeah, there's
profound.
always been a saying that silence is violence.
Oh man, Amberella, you breaking up.
You speak up about it.
We
So I agree with
wait,
him.
say it, start from the beginning again. You was breaking up. Go ahead.
Upstairs, I'm in the
It blew
elevator.
my mind.
Also,
Oh,
there's been
okay.
always
Yeah,
been an old saying
but
that silence is compliance. Can you hear me now?
Mm. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. There's always been an old saying that silence is violence. Like if you see somebody doing harm to somebody and you don't speak up or stop them, you're complicit. So I agree with Professor
Mm.
Alon on that.
yeah, it was a case in my first year of law school where it blew all our minds. Like what? Like it was a case where a lady had her, she had a house, and a little boy across the street would just keep cutting her yard, right?
Mm-hmm.
He cut her yard for a year, and she never asked him to cut her front yard. She never said a word, but she never went out there and said, "Hey, stop cutting my yard." And he cut her yard for a year, and then came to her and was like, "Hey, I want money for all those times I cut your yard." And she's like, "I never asked you to do that." And he took her to court and won.
What? Oh
Hell yeah,
wow.
because the court said I forgot the rule, but the court said that it was just implied that she let him do it. So on a deeper level, that's what this is about. We've been taught to,
Mm.
no matter where you live. I got my dad's side of the family from up north and DC. If you want to see, that's the Northeast, and we have the same culture. I don't know about West Coast cats, but in the South and the North, the old folks used to say, "Baby, just don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing."
Mm. It's
And that's
true.
consent.
Yep. And that's another reason why we weren't heavily into politics, because we just didn't, we kind of just wanted to just be left alone. But we are doing something amazing, and we're witnessing something, and I think a lot of us don't even realize what the fuck is going on. The fact that we've been able to put our differences aside enough to even get to this point speaks volumes. And I'm excited for when we do get to that next phase collectively. And even with me, my voice, and my platforms where we do have a call to action, because I know that, we can't really, anyways, we'll soon have a Discord server just for us where we can talk to each other about different things that's not so public. And I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for joining me. If you're not already following me, make sure that you follow me right now. Stop being a tacky fucking chicken head. I don't like that for me, and I don't like it for you. Follow me, okay? Go and check out my content, my recent uploads, because they trying to get me, child. Okay, they trying to get me, but we gonna keep going. Follow anybody on the panel if you've enjoyed their contributions to tonight's conversation. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the shares. And thank you for participating in my chat. I appreciate you guys so much. Life is a movie, you're starring in it. The world is a stage. You are at the center of it. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Bye, guys. See you later today, because I can't even say goodnight. Good morning. Bye.
Good night, and work on YouTube.
Yes.
Since your content will never be lost there. Just put it
Bye.
on YouTube.
Oh, I do. Check me out. It's the Love Jones Show.
Oh, let me go follow you then.
Yes. Okay. Bye, guys.